Well, hello everybody. How's it going? How's everybody doing today? For those of you who may be wondering why I'm doing this, I decided to just sit here and have a chat with you guys. In your traditional hangout, you know, come into the chat and I can read what you guys say and just interact with you guys there. What do we have here? Joshua DeForge. Good morning, sir. How are you? Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for showing up in the chat. I would show my real face, or my picture. I mean, actual video footage, but the sun is actually hitting the windows in a way where you wouldn't be able to see my face, guys. See if we could get anybody in here. Well, we have another viewer. Who is this viewer? I have a conversation with you this morning. Is everybody in the chat? How's it going out there? Going good? Is it going bad? A little bit of both. Yeah, I was thinking, I'm going to borrow a page from Pimp Monk. He likes to sit here and talk with everybody in the chat by himself all the time. So I figured, what the hell? Might as well do the same. It shouldn't hurt anybody, I figured, what the hell? I'll do the same with everybody and just kick back and have a chat. So how's everybody out there doing? Show yourself. Yourself. Show yourself. I wanted to take a break. I was going to pump out some more videos yesterday, but I had a little extra time on my hands the other day, and I started to make a bunch of videos, and I pumped out 2 videos in one day for the first time in a while. I had a little time on my hands, so I figured, what the hell? I'd post a couple of videos and, just kick back and relax and, see what happens. But, apparently those videos I've made, the last 3 I've made, were not that popular. It might seem like that with the like to dislike ratio, but it might seem like they are a little popular, but there were some people out there that probably are not subscribed to me that came and they didn't like it too well. But that's okay, though. I can't please everybody. I just can't do it. I know they didn't like that one video I made about the Quebec shooting, but that's okay. That's okay, though. So I've got 2 viewers officially now. What's doing out there? Say something in the chat, man. I want to interact with you guys. Come on now. Don't be shy at all. Just in case you guys hear a certain sound in the background, I do vape. Yes, I've been vaping now for about 3 months, a little over 3 months. And it's actually quite better and a hell of a lot cheaper than smoking cigarettes. When I smoked, I went through a pack a day. And, the cheapest place, the place that sell my type of cigarettes price was $5.45 a pack. But you spend $5.45 a day, it gets a little expensive. It gets really expensive. And I just didn't feel like, so I went to vape. Smoked a cigarette in a little over 3 months. It's actually pretty cool, it's less expensive. I go through, a hell of a lot less money, Oh, nothing in the chat yet. Come on, guys, say something. Say something. Want to interact, damn it. But I do plan on making some more videos. I'm gonna make another one today. I just wanted to take a break for a day, not completely smother you guys with. Take the time to watch a couple of videos and comment on a few that, interest me, I should say. There's quite a few out there. So what do you guys think is going on with the current president out there? I'm curious. Do you guys approve of him? Do you guys disapprove? What are your thoughts on that? What are your thoughts on the current status of the planet that we live on? Curious. There's a lot of things that I'm concerned with. I made a previous video about the Johnson Amendment, possibly being repealed. Didn't like that too well. And it's something that concerns me because you give Christians an inch, they're going to take a mile. That's what's going to happen. They're going to, every single way that they possibly can, actually deserve. Thing that, concerns me. They like to take advantage of situations that will benefit them, and only them. They don't, a lot of Christians out there, really don't care. LGBTQ community or, atheists or anybody else that thinks differently from them, a lot of them don't. Now, I'm not saying all Christians are like that. Some of them, do support the separation of church and state. Some of them do support equality. Some of them are out there on the front lines combating all of this bullshit, which is cool. I might disagree with them, as far as their religious position is concerned, but they are out there, doing what they have to do, to support the fact that this country needs to remain secular. And that's something that's cool. But a lot of them out there hate the idea of this country being secular. And one of the things that concerns me the most is the fact that now that Donald Trump is in office, pretty much convince him to do anything, you know. And it's insane. It really is. But we have what we have. We can only wait to see what happens. Know your thoughts on the Berkeley situation, the riots over there. You know, because I was going to make a video about that, but videos about it and everything said, everything that needed to be said was actually said, you know, and I didn't, you know, feel the need to jump in because I'd be basically echoing everybody, you know. But if you guys have any questions for me that are watching, please feel free to ask, you know, in the chat. You know, I'm all ears. I'm open to a conversation here. Like I said earlier, you know, I think I'm going to borrow a page from Pit Monk, you know, where he sits here and just has a live show to talk with everybody, you know, and, you know, engage with people in the chat, what everybody's up to. So what is up? Is anybody out there? I got viewers. Say something. Oh, shit. Well, like I said earlier, guys, I'd show my actual face. You know, I'd show footage of myself. But the way that my desk is positioned, you know, like I said earlier, the sunlight is coming through the windows. And as a direct result of that, you know, it really affects, you know, everything. It screws it all up. And basically, you guys would be looking at glare after glare after glare without seeing my face, actually seeing my face. And that's why I chose to do it this way. You know, now if my desk was actually positioned in a different area, you know, I would be able to show my face. But I can't right now because of the way this, you know, my desk is positioned, and then the windows on top of that are directly behind me. So anybody got anything to say? Anybody got anything they want to talk about? Ask me. Do a Q&A too. You know, you guys ask me questions about anything you want to ask me about. To answer. You know, I like to have these conversations. A lot of, you know, I'm not saying all YouTubers do this, but a lot of YouTubers out there, guys, they don't acknowledge their subscribers, you know. And I like to take the time to do that, you know. That's why when I make a video, I monitor the comment section of the video constantly to a certain extent, because everybody that replies, or I mean everybody that comments, I want to reply to. I want to acknowledge them as much as possible, and then I'll move on to the next video I make. I want to maintain that contact with you guys. I want to acknowledge your existence, you know. A lot of people don't do that. And it's their choice, you know, it's their channel. They can do whatever they wish with it. You know, I just choose to, you know, try to, you know, acknowledge as many people as possible. And conversation with you guys. You know, that's what's important. Now, if I had maybe 100 to 200 to 300,000 subscribers and got a shitload of comments, it would be a little hard to keep contact with everybody. I'd probably be spending the entire day just keeping up with comments. At point, I would probably have to stop replying to everybody. You know, I see a lot of these gigantic channels who have millions of subscribers, you know, they have thousands upon thousands of comments. It would be kind of hard to keep up with that type of fan base, you know, as far as, you know, replying to everybody is concerned. But since my channel is small, you know, it allows me to keep in contact with everybody, you know, about their opinions about my video, or, you know, what I can improve on, so on and so forth. You know, it's actually interesting. But another thing that I've been doing recently that I'm sure you guys have been noticing, I've been making videos showing my actual face, you know, which I think is a little bit better. I might use a little filter on it, but that, you know, because of the lighting I have very poor lighting in, you know, my bedroom. I don't have a lot of resources to actually make it good for you guys. Simply use a filter, so that way you guys can still see my face when I'm speaking to you. And cool. You know, I decided to change it up a little bit for a while. Let everybody see my actual face when I'm talking, you know, instead of using the editing, you know, that I use all of the time. I change it up. I want to change it up. I don't want to keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. A little monotonous after a while. I want to change it up. But if you guys have anything you want to talk about, or if you want to ask me anything, please leave it in the chat. I'm monitoring the chat right now as we speak. You're more than welcome to leave a question, comment on something, and I'll acknowledge it. I do that. I want to have this conversation. And depending on where this goes, I might actually invite some people in later on. But right now, I want to have a conversation with you guys. But I got a little bit of good news, guys. I'm actually having surgery on the 14th. My eyesight's really poor at the moment, and the doctors are going to fix it. Work on my right eye first because it's the worst. I can barely see out of it. And they're going to do surgery on that. And then on the 21st, I think it's the 21st, they're going to work on my left eye. Fixed. And once that happens, that would be great, because then I could actually see what the fuck I'm looking at on the fucking, you know, computer. And be able to, you know, do a lot of things that I cannot do now, because, you know, I can't see shit. Mr. Doverfield, how you doing? Good morning to you, sir. Or evening, who knows? I'm not sure what country you're in. If you're in the United States, good morning. Oh, let's see what else we got here. Hello, Brandon. How's it going? How you guys doing this morning? For those of you who are just arriving, yeah, I decided to have a hangout where I just wanted to have a conversation with you guys in the chat. I'm borrowing a page from Pimp Monk. I'm doing okay, Mr. Doverfield. I decided to have this little hangout, you know, this live chat, and talk with you guys in the chat for a little bit. You're from California. Oh, okay, Mr. Doverfield. I've never been to California. I've never been there. Hopefully one day I can actually go to California see what's going on there. I'd love to be there. Good to hear, Brandon. It's good to hear that you're doing good. Good to hear people doing good. People are doing good. It's always good. So, what are you guys up to? What are you guys up to? Is it up to no good, or are you just kicking back, or over there in your neck of the woods? If you hear a little noise in the background, guys, that's my son and his friend in the bedroom. But since I have a few people here, what are your guys' thoughts on the riots in Berkeley at the college? Well, that's good, Mr. Doverfield. I'm doing the same thing. I'm kicking back as well. I enjoying this Saturday morning, so to speak. Um, Sitting here, I having a little back trouble this morning. I have a bad back, and just sitting here. I took some medication, and hopefully it'll go away. We'll see what happens. Can't promise anything, but we shall see what happens. But yeah, I'm curious to see what you guys think about the Berkeley riots. Have you heard about them? Yes, I agree, Mr. Doverfield. It is completely stupid. What those people did to the college, and they are not for free speech. It's actually selfish, inconsiderate human beings. And they want, in all actuality, all they wanted to do was shut Milo down. That's it, and that's wrong. I disagree with that. It's okay for people to speak. It's okay for people to share ideas. What people do not have a right to do is shut people down, silence them through violence. Matt Garza, I think if they actually listen to Milo, they'd realize he's basically just an entertainer. I don't think he's inciting violence. Oh, I agree. He's not inciting violence at all. If they would actually give him the opportunity to speak, they might learn something. They might disagree with him, but they might learn something at the same time. And that's one of the things that I've always had a problem with. You know, People are so afraid of what he's going to talk about, or what he's going to say, what he's going to do. They have to use violence to shut him up, and that's wrong. Happen. You know, I'll have to say that there's a number of things that I disagree with Milo on, but he has a right to speak. He has a right to share his ideas. He has a right to, talk with people, have debates, etc., etc. He has a right to do that, whether people like it or not. But it's full of savages that have a bias and they don't want to listen to anybody who has a different point of view. It's fucking ridiculous. It really is. Brandon, if a terrorist attack happened at the White House, after Madonna said what she said, should she be held accountable? Well, personally, I think, that Madonna, she shouldn't have said that at all. She was way out of line with that garbage. You know, there are certain things that you do not say when it comes, to the White House, when it comes to the government like that. You cannot do that. I mean, that's inciting some crazy shit. You know, a lot of people can have the potential of getting hurt because of shit like that. Because one has to remember that, people like Madonna, are very influential out there to a lot of people. And some people follow her. I mean, some people actually, think that she's some type of, messiah, or they take everything that she says seriously, right? Easy. Case in point, InfoWars, you got basically talking about Pizzagate, right? Someone that took him literally and actually believed that, Clinton was running a sex ring there with children or whatever, right? Someone took seriously and actually went over there and shut up the place. That's stupid. People shouldn't be spreading misinformation like that. Alex Jones is a quack for saying that shit. We're actually going to take her seriously at one point and do those horrible things. It's stupid. It really is. Oh, I agree, Mr. Doverfield. Freedom of speech only applies to them when they want to share their ideas. But when there's opposing ideas, in the arena, they don't want to hear it. They don't want to have anything to do with it. They want to shut their opponents down. Silent. Case in point, the riots at Berkeley. A lot of people don't like Milo, so they're going to do whatever they can to shut him up. That's stupid. Have a fucking platform. Let the man speak. That's all. Shouldn't be too hard to understand, right? And it's something that, has always concerned me a lot, the way that people act these days. It's insane. Problem is, people have this tribalistic mentality and they just cannot fucking get it together. They can't. They cannot do it. Can you guys hold on 1 second? Okay, I'm back, guys. Mr. Doverfield. I know, right? They did call Milo a homophobic Nazi. That was one of the funniest fucking things I've ever heard, Dr. Doverfield. It is crazy. And you know what's interesting to me? That these people, right? This word around Nazi stop a conversation, right? They have no idea what the fucking word means. Around, oh, I don't like what you're saying. You're a Nazi. Blah, 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 blah. It's fucking stupid. Despite the fact they cannot provide any evidence to support their claim that Milo is a Nazi. Right? It's fucking dumb. Yeah, gay Jew. Like I was saying earlier, there are several things, uh, that I disagree with Milo on, right? But I'm not going to go out of my way to stop him from speaking. That's not my style, you know. I believe wholeheartedly in free speech, right? I take free speech very, very seriously. What you have to say, but you have a right to say it regardless. Who am I? I cannot say. I'm nobody. I'm like everybody else. YouTube channel that has an opinion. That's it. Right? If I go to a demonstration where, someone's speaking that I disagree with, I'm not going to resort to violence. I'm not going to resort to this. Right? I want to sit there and listen to what they have to say. I want to come up with arguments to talk with them. That this should be handled. But people don't want to do that. People don't want to sit there and have the time to have a conversation, get to the bottom of these issues. They just want to resort to violence. They want to resort to all of this bullshit, and it's nonsense. I'm not going to get anywhere if you do that. It's only going to make things worse. And because of the fact that they are doing these things when at events where Milo speaks, they are actually making him more popular. So, hey, he's benefiting from it, Let's see here. Mr. Paranor. John, you may be insignificant in the grand scheme of things, but you are significant in that you can, as each of us can, send ripples that affect the whole. Yes. And that's what, I've said in the past, Paranor. I might have a small channel. I might not have 50,000 subscribers. I might not have 1 million subscribers. Matters to me. And the fact that people are willing to sit here and listen to what I have to say is what matters. If I get more subscribers, great. More people that are interested in what I have to say, that I have people subscribe to my channel and are willing to listen to what I have to say is awesome. And that is what matters. I don't care about the numbers. Paranor. John, sit, listen, and engage. Oh, Mr. Doverfield. SJWs are trying to destroy freedom of speech. Doesn't matter. Trump got elected. Cult of dusty logic. There's a lot of people out there, Mr. Doverfield, that are trying to ruin a lot of shit, man. They are. And what are you flipping me off for, Paranor? Damn it. Oh, shit. Using the middle finger as an emoji. All them emojis. Not really too sure on that. Let's see. Flip hell. I wasn't doing it on it, Potsy. Paranoid. Thank you for coming by, Paranor, by the way.
I'm gonna take them. You want something? Shoes on your neck quick.
But yeah, guys, how are you guys doing out there? It appears I only have one viewer left, I guess. Well, that's cool, Paranor. Thank you. Yeah, Paranor, I figured I'd, borrow a page from Pitmonk and just have one of these hangouts where I'm in the room and just talking with everybody in the chat. Just to see what everybody's up to. Well, I hope you get better, Paranor. I really do. You know, everybody deserves to feel better. Everybody deserves to do a lot better than, So, how are things going on in Canada? I hope everything's going okay there. Things are okay for me here. It could be better, but I guess I can't complain. Oh, I see what you're saying, Paranor. It's white. Canada's white, huh? Do you have snow all over the place or what? Lots of white, and that's not racist. Oh, shit. Yeah. Oh, shit. Let's see here. Dr. Doverfield says, I think it's hilarious when I'm a college student paying $1,200 for rent. God damn. And that I should move back with parents. And I tell them already live with my parents. Oh, okay. So you pay $1,200 a month to your parents. That's some. Damn, that's a lot of snow, Paranor. A lot of snow. Here, when it comes to snow, it really hasn't snowed that much. I live in the south, of course. It doesn't snow a lot where I live. I think one time we got a good snow of maybe a couple of inches, and that's it. And it was here for maybe half a day, and now it's totally gone. We don't have any more, snow. It totally melted pretty much right away. And that was it. Oh, no, don't worry about the grammar, man. I completely understand you. I completely understand you, Mr. Doverfield. You know, cool. You're getting ready for a wedding, huh? Who's getting married? That's a paltry amount to what I grew up with. Should have 3 feet by now. Damn. Do you guys generally get a lot of snow up there, Paranor? Climate change. I've watched it progress for 40 years. Yep. But unfortunately, you have people out there who will deny it even exists. It's full of characters, Paranor. The world is full of characters. Characters indeed. Doverfield. Cool. That's cool. Well, I hope you have a good time there, and please, Mr. Doverfield, be safe. Have a great time. I hope it goes really well for you. I hope that it goes really well. The world is full of childish humans that need to grow the fuck up and get over themselves. Yes, Paranor, I agree wholeheartedly. I agree with you 1000%. They need to grow up. You're welcome, Mr. Doverfield. They need to grow up and start acting like adults instead of children. You ain't gonna get nothing done if you're gonna sit there and act like a bunch of fucking retards. I can't make any promises, Paranor. Well, try and be safe, Mr. Doverfield. Try and be safe. You know, I'm not saying you can't have a good time. Just try and be safe. Try and be safe, and at the same time, a good time. It's always good to have a good time. It's always good to spend time with friends, family. Just have a great time, cut loose, enjoy yourselves. And that wedding that you're going to, Mr. Doverfield, is an opportunity to do that. Good. It's really good to do that. Let's see what Paranor says. Don't mention politics. You know what's interesting to me, Paranor, is when people are, uh, you know, in my personal life, when I start to mention politics with people that I know here in town, fucking day, I guess. They want to argue. They want to do this. They want to do that. And I'm like, I just want to have a fucking conversation. That's it. So, yeah, I don't mention politics anymore. It ruins a lot of shit, man. It's crazy. Ridiculous. People have to act crazy. They go completely insane when it's about politics. Let's see. People get angry with politics because they're frustrated and their apparent helplessness. Yeah, you got a point there, Paranor. You do have a point. You do. Conversation with people dictated by emotion formed by them. Yeah. A lot of people, man, enter a serious conversation, whether it be about politics or religion or economics or anything, they emotion sometimes. And some people, their judgment gets clouded to have a conversation with them. I've even made mistakes like that in the past. You have a very blunt point. It's about 7 inches long and wide as well. Very blunt point. You got to put emphasis on blunt, Paranor. Got to put emphasis on blunt. It's got to be at least 7 feet long and 3 feet wide. Oh, hello, Kroom. How's it going, sir? How you doing? Glad you can show up in the chat. We're all human. Can't help but make mistakes. Our default is to fail until we don't. Yeah, I agree, Paranor. We all make mistakes. We all make mistakes. But the thing is, we all have the ability to learn from our mistakes too. Well, that's cool, Kroom. I'm drinking a Pepsi. I have a coffee pot. I was going to make some coffee, but I decided that I was going to drink a Pepsi instead. Babies can't walk until they bang their heads a lot. Yeah, you got to learn, man. Yeah, I agree. The nectar of the gods. I agree. All hail coffee. All hail coffee. Coffee is king. Coffee wakes you up. Oh, well, that's cool, crew. Coke is concerned, I think, one of these days I'm going to try and dial it down a little bit. I think that in many ways, I drink a lot of Cokes, and it's not good at all. Puff, puff, pass. I'll worship. Puff, puff, pass. I'll worship like Moses. Are you talking about worshiping coffee, Paranor? Yeah, I agree, crew. Coffee, tea, or water only for me helps with weight loss. Yep. And that's why I'm saying I got to cut down on my drinking of Cokes and stuff, because I realize that it's not really that good for you. Paranor's walking with a burning bush. That bush, Paranor. Did that burning bush not only talk to you, but did it get you high? Oh, that's cool. I haven't. That's cool, Kroom. I haven't drank a beer in a while. I haven't drank a beer in a long time. The last time I drank was for New Year's. I drank a pint of Crown Royal for New Year's, and that was the first time I drank in 2 years. You know, and that's cool. I don't know. I thought that the taste, beer bored me a little bit. I haven't drank a beer in a long time, but I do drink whiskey every now and then. You drink a quart of Crown Royal around Christmas. Damn, that's a lot of beer or a lot of Crown. Excuse me. Bush reminds me when Moses offered ointment for his burning bush. Someone's got an STD. They better get it checked. When you got a little bit of itching and burning going on down there, Mr. Burning Bush, someone's got a burning bush that not only talks to him, but it burns. Get you horny, Paranor. Wow. Alcohol does that for me. Alcohol does that for me. It does, get me riled up in all types of ways. Especially Crown Royal. Crown Royal is one of my favorite drinks of all time. My favorite scotch is Johnny Walker Black. My favorite, like I said, is Crown Royal. My favorite vodka is Grey Goose. Favorite tequila I believe it's Patron. Some of the good stuff. Here, hold on 1 second. All right, let's see what people have to say here. Lionfish is my fave. Oh, okay, that's cool. Pernor, is that any good? I hope to wait another month before I can drink alcohol. I have to wait another month before I can drink alcohol. Oh, okay. Do you have something medically wrong, Mr. Doverfield? Yeah, either do I, Pernor. I don't drink that much either. I don't drink often. I'm what you call a drinker. That's it. I don't really drink now. Before, oh my goodness, man, I used to drink a lot. Textrek Scotch, Glenlivet. Oh, I see, Mr. Doverfield. You're not 21 yet. Okay. Glenlivet, 15 single malt. Oh, Textrek. I've never heard of that before. Is it good? There's bourbon cream. I like bourbon. Well, hopefully, Mr. Doverfield, when you reach 21, you'll be able to have you a nice drink. Able to enjoy yourself a little bit. But I'll tell you an interesting thing about me. 18, around 16 to 18, I used to drink a lot. But the moment I turned 21, I stopped drinking a lot. You know, I mean, I don't know. It was a challenge of going against authority, I guess, of going against the law and, you know, drinking underage to drink in the first place. But when I turned 21, I didn't drink as much. Weird. Strip clubs a lot. I used to drink. I used to do all kinds of crazy shit, man. But I kind of dialed it down over the years. The Glenlivet 18 is way better, but it's $160 a bottle. I know, man. Particular Crown Royal. I forgot the name of the Crown Royal. I've never tried it before, and I was extremely interested in it. So I went to the liquor store to see how much it was. And I found out that it was like $200 of that particular Crown Royal. I was like, what the fuck, man? I'm definitely having drinks with the lady I have a crush with. Hey, that works, man. A great time. Be safe. I forgot the name of the Crown Royal, though. That was $200 a bottle. I have to say, it was expensive. They have it here in town where I'm at. I'm just not going to pay $200 for a fucking bottle of fucking Crown Royal. That's ridiculous. No, I don't smoke herb. No. I used to. I don't know. I used to do it a lot when I was younger, but stopped. You know, one thing that I found fascinating about weed is after I smoked it, everything was funny to me, man. You know, everything was funny. Just look at me and I would start laughing for some reason. The fact that when people looked at me, you know, I had to laugh. When people would say something, I would laugh. Ridiculous, you know. It's what keeps you off the beer. Well, if you want to stay off the beer, that's cool. That's cool, crew. That's cool, man. Can't fault you for that one. If you don't want to have a beer, that's fine. That's great. But what else you guys up to out there? I'm actually, you know, just, you know, sitting here having a good time, you know. I haven't had one of these particular hangouts in a while. And again, guys, I would show my actual face, but the way that the lighting is here, you know, it sucks big time. You know, there'd be glares all over the damn place and stuff like that, you know. And that's why I just chose to do it this way. But yeah, I'm gonna be making another video here today, here pretty soon. More videos, man. I took the day yesterday just to get caught up on stuff. What hobbies you into besides YouTube? Right now, as far as hobbies, I like to do video games. I'm still a kid at heart in a lot of ways. Doing a lot of videos or future. I just gotta wait to get the equipment to do that. I like watching TV shows. I'm a cord cutter, so I watch all my programs online. You know, I've got Netflix and Hulu, and I do that. Just waiting to see what crazy shit Trump does today. Yeah, it's always a surprise with him, Tex Trek. It's always something new with that guy. It's crazy. But as far as my hobbies, like video games. Speaking of video games, guys, if you guys want to hang out, I'm going to start a gaming channel here pretty soon. I'm going to do gaming so that I could do all my hobbies, you know. I don't want to include gaming footage on my main channel. No. I want to, you know, my videos about, you know, atheism or politics, religion, whatever on my main channel. I don't want to stick gaming footage on it. I'm going to eventually make my gaming channel public to see if anybody would be interested in following me, you know, in regards to gaming and stuff like that, you know, because I do love to game. Well, what kind of games? I like to play for the main titles to play are Gears of War, God of War, Cell, and Hitman. Those are four of the main titles that I play. Along with Call of Duty. I love the COD games, man. And I even got a Twitch account ready to go. I've got Twitch. I'm going to broadcast on Twitch. I'm going to broadcast on YouTube. It's going to be great. Now, as far as computers are concerned, I don't have anything powerful enough to push that kind of material. I don't have the equipment yet. So what I'm going to do to broadcast off of my gaming consoles, the PS4 and the Xbox One, once I get a hold of everything that I need to get a hold of. I can do it that way for now until I can get the money to get all my equipment and everything together. You know. And I'm going to leave it out on the table for everybody to take a look at, you know, because I want everybody to know as much as possible about me, you know. Everybody to, you know, see different things about me, get to know me a little bit better, you know, get to know the fact that I do like video games, you know, I like doing other things. So yeah, you guys are more than welcome to be a part of that world if it interests you, of course. To playing some Call of Duty. I really love Call of Duty. Yes, I will check out the Metro 2033 series. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. I even have to. I even have a account to recover. I gotta figure out how to recover it somehow. Either I had to wipe clean and it fucked it all up. Hang an AR-15 with a bullet button. I can't sell or modify it because California's strict gun laws. Ooh, that sucks. You know, speaking of AR-15s, Mr. Doverfield, I really like the AR-15s. I think they are really good. When I used to work in law enforcement and the prison system, I had to get certified once a year with the AR-15, you know, in regards to being able to use it in my profession. It wasn't too bad. I had to do to get certified to use it was I had to sit at a table first and foremost, and I had to completely take it apart and put it back together again. Well, while I was doing that, taking it apart, I would have to describe step by step in regards to what I was doing, taking it apart. And then I'd have to do the same thing when I was, you know, putting it back together. I'd have to label the parts correctly and describe step by step. And then once I was done with that, I'd have to take the AR-15 out to the firing range. And we'd have to shoot to qualify like that as well. Used to be a CO, maximum security prison here in the state that I'm living in. Yes, you can modify an AR-15 to do anything. They are awesome. I like them. I like the particular AR-15 that I like, Mr. Doverfield, is multiple stock. Multiple stock. I love when AR-15s are fully equipped. When I have the laser sighting, all of the bells and whistles. You know, I really enjoy that type of thing. It isn't too bad to shoot an AR-15. One of the things I had to do to get qualified in regards to using the weapon is we'd have to shoot a target, you know, to hit. We'd get 10 bullets. We put them in the clip, load it, and fire all 10 rounds. And we had to hit target, center mass times to be qualified in using the weapon. Some people weren't that good at it. Some people, would miss the target. And it was a little weird, but with me, I hit it 10 out of 10 times all of the time, center mass. Let's see. I love my AR-15, but thoroughly cleaning the thing can be a bitch. It's worth it, though. Yes. Thoroughly cleaning the AR-15 is time-consuming. Oh, that's cool, Mr. Doverfield. I didn't know that. Convert an AR-15 to a 50 BMG rifle. That's cool. I didn't know that. Wow. I can safely say that that was a fact I did not know. Hey, I learned something new every day. Yep. I always liked the AR-15s. They were one of my favorite rifles of all time, man. I think an AR-15 is good for close quarter combat. It's really good. The one that I used had 3-round bursts. You squeeze that trigger and it 3 rounds right away. Pretty cool. And then another one that I've never had the opportunity to shoot that I like is the AK-47. I've never really had an opportunity to shoot it yet. Favorite sidearm is 45. Well, my thoughts on the bullet button, I don't know too much about that, Mr. Doverfield. I don't know too much about, California banning the bullet button. I'm going to have to look into that, see what it's all about. I'm not sure what's going on with that. Actually, to be honest with you, that's actually the first time I've ever heard of that. I've never heard the California banning that. But I'm gonna look into it, see what it's all about. I mean, I think when it comes to firearms, man, a lot of things out there that are actually pretty cool. Like I was saying earlier, my favorite sidearm is a 45. Yes, 3-round burst. It's actually pretty cool, man. Shot that bad boy, and I was hitting targets left and right. Pap, 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 pap. And it's cool because I just pressed the button on the side, and the clip would fall out, right? And then I just quickly load another one, and pap, 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 pap. There it goes. And then do the same thing over and over again. Completely obliterating the target. It allows you to have features like pistol grip or adjustable stock, but it makes it harder to reload. Oh, okay. Mr. Doverfield. Oh, that sucks. Sucks that they had to ban that stuff, man. Man, that sucks. I hate when people ban shit like that, man. It's dumb. That's messed up. I don't know why they have to do that. Especially when, the gun owners, gun owners I know are responsible gun owners, and the majority of gun owners out there are responsible. I don't see why they have to take all these things away from people. I think that's dumb. I don't like it. I don't think I'll ever like that type of thing, where they want to place limitations on people. I don't like it. Never have and never will, to be honest with you guys. Oh, okay. I see what you mean, Textrick. Okay. I see what you mean. Yeah, I'm trying to get a firearm for the house where I'm at. Speaking of firearms, my house, well, not at my house, but on the same street where I'm at, basically, yesterday evening, actually going to make a video, but because of that shooting, I actually got a little shooken up. Didn't make a video. And that's why I didn't produce a video yesterday. Yeah, you also have to pay $30 for a background check every time you buy ammo. Crazy. That is fucking crazy, man. Speaking of background checks, here in the state of Texas, I went to get a background check to get a firearm. You know how quick it was for me to get approved to have one? It took a 2-minute phone call. And then after that, I was approved to buy any firearm that I wanted. I have unregulated freedom to build my own nuke. Build your own nuke. What do you want to do with the nuke? Yeah, it took me 2 minutes to get approved for a firearm. But you know what? Here in Texas, you a lot of firearms here, buddy. A lot of firearms. They recently made it legal to open carry here. A sidearm, and it's legal to do that. Now, if you want to have it concealed, you have to get a permit for that. Yeah, I agree, Paranor. It's just, I don't know, man. I think it's crazy, though. As far as gun laws are concerned, people out there that are pushing to ban a lot of shit, and it's insane. I don't like that type of thing. Period in Texas, and guess which state never has any mass shootings? Gee, I wonder why. Yeah. And people here, block, there's a lot of people here. There's been shootings here in my house, in my neighborhood, and stuff like that. But the majority of the people here in the city where I live, they're responsible gun owners. They're really, really awesome people. recommend any thieves trying to break into a house here, though. It would be hazardous to their health. Yeah, I mean, yeah, here in Texas, it's real easy to get a weapon. Saying earlier, if I wanted a weapon, I'd go to the particular place here. They'd call, do a background check, and the whole process takes 2 minutes. The weapon. Yes, I agree, Paranor. It all goes. It always comes back to each individual person. Yep, I agree. I personally firearms. I, I'm looking to have one here in the house to protect my family because there have been a lot of shootings in my neighborhood. But at the same time, I'm not sure if I actually want one in the house, because I don't want to create a situation where, I'm going to be regretting a lot of things for the rest of my life. I don't want to create a situation that has the potential to change my life drastically in a bad way. I don't want, you know, and that is why I've been hesitant. A little hesitant when it comes to having a gun in the house. I'm not sure. I've been thinking about it for a while now. I'm not sure if I want one just yet. I'm thinking about it though. I sent a letter in support of the Hearing Safe Act. It didn't work. Oh. A lot of people won't pay attention, Mr. Doverfield, and that sucks. A lot of people won't pay attention to Americans. Can't lay with God without dancing with the devil in a metaphor. Yeah. And that sucks, man. It sucks that, people won't pay attention to their fellow Americans when it comes to it. Sucks big time. It really does. When you try to attempt to communicate with someone and they just flat out ignore you or alienate you or something along those lines, man, it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, I think that, people should stop doing that and actually have a civil discussion, attention to what a person has to say, or in many cases, rights. It doesn't happen that way. It sucks. Yes, don't listen to other Americans, listen to reason. Yes, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. Because it's insane out there, man. It really is. I think listening to reason is most important. I think the hearing protection bill will pass one of the benefits of a Trump presidency. I'm going to have to look up that hearing protection bill. About insane in the membrane, puff, puff, pass. Are you familiar with Cypress Hill, Paranor? Here. Let with Cypress Hill. Insane in the Membrane. Let's see what else we have here. I disagree, John. I say second for one can't be reasonable without knowing one's significant insignificance. Okay, I see your point, Paranor. I do. I see completely what you're saying there. Mr. Doverfield, it sucks that the suppressors are a Class 3 NFA item when suppressors have so many advantages. Yeah? It's so people can buy suppressors without the year and the huge tax bill. Oh, okay. It's conversations like this that I like because I get to learn things from you guys, you know. I don't have to be fucking ignorant all the time. I like having these conversations because I actually get the opportunity to learn something from everybody. And see, that's the thing with me. Here's the thing, guys. Out there, and I know a few who will flat out refuse to admit that they're wrong on issues, completely open with you guys. If there's something that I need to be corrected on, if I'm wrong on something, I'll admit it. And that's why I enjoy these conversations with you guys, because I get to learn new stuff. Not only that, I get to gain enough education, that would change my positions a bit on a lot of things, which is cool. I'm wrong. There's some YouTubers out there that don't. Basically have this position. Well, you're more than welcome to disagree with me, and you have every right to be wrong. I'm like, what the fuck, man? Oh, shit. On another thing that I don't like is when I'm trying to communicate with somebody, guys. They completely fucking ignore me, these bigger YouTubers. When I want to address something, they ignore me. They don't acknowledge me at all, and it really pisses me off. I wanted someone's input on something that I found on Facebook. So I went to Twitter and I tweeted them this article and this video them about, what their thoughts about this were, right? And this person's a fairly, decent sized YouTuber. She has, I think, a little over 200,000 subscribers. Sincerely, genuinely wanted to know her thoughts about this, right? I didn't even exist. She didn't acknowledge that I was there. She didn't even reply, didn't do anything like that. And it pisses me off because it seems to me, guys, I have to have a subscriber base of 5,000 or more by these bigger people, and it fucking sucks. Now, a person that I talked to yesterday is pretty cool. They ignore me. They didn't, do anything like that on Twitter. It was Dusty Smith. We were talking about the Johnson Amendment. And he actually acknowledged, that I was there. He replied to me and we talked briefly. Big YouTubers out there that are just flat out ignore me, man. And it pisses me off. It really does. could try and tweet these people on Twitter or try to talk to them here on, YouTube or even on Facebook. I try to get a hold of them. Nope. I've even heard one YouTuber say, "Well, I don't talk to people with 5,000 or less subscribers." I'm like, "Excuse me, goddamn." Sucks. It's important. Gotta filter your mail, and depending, genuine desire for engagement can be missed or dismissed. Yeah. See, with me, guys, like I was saying earlier in the hangout, like I was saying earlier, I try to keep in contact like I am now with you guys, having this live show and talking with, as many people as possible in the chat. I try to do that. I try to communicate with my subscribers. Communicate with each and every one of you as much as possible. That's what I like doing. I like having a conversation with you guys. Keeping in contact. I like keeping contact with you. I like discussing things with you guys as much as possible. Now, like I was saying earlier, if I had 1 million subscribers, for example, and when I make a video and the fucking comment section is filled with thousands and thousands and thousands of comments, it would be kind of hard to keep up with everybody. And at that particular point, I'd probably not reply to a lot of people. It would literally take me the whole fucking day and then some to reply to everybody. But I would still have hangouts. I would still have hangouts to talk with everybody, as many people, as possible. And it's crazy, though, because the other day, a really big YouTuber, this guy has like 6 million subscribers, I guess, and he was having a live show, right? I saw the chat of that show literally whizzing by so fucking fast that if I were to type something, disappear in an instant, within a blink of an eye. It wouldn't be seen. That's how crazy these things get. But I would like to keep in contact with people. I really would. Try to talk with you guys as much as possible. I think acknowledging your subscriber base is important. Acknowledging their existence is important. And that's why I try to do that. It is very important. John, try covering multiple chats like bitch. Yeah. I understand. I completely understand. I completely understand. Surprised when bigger YouTubers answer your questions. Yeah, sometimes I'm surprised too. If it's genuine desire of engagement, I found it's usually not missed. I agree, Pernor. It's crazy, especially when you have a really big fan base. That's going fucking insane. Oh yeah. John, acknowledgement is important. However, back to the significant insignificance if a voice gets lost in the crowd. Oh, I understand. I understand. I completely understand. I completely understand what you're saying there, Pernor. Because, I mean, I tell you what really pisses me off too, Pernor, is people like G-Man, right? We all can probably come to the conclusion that G-Man's individual. But what pisses me off about the whole situation, the fact that, he gets on these big shows like the Drunken Peasants, and he gets acknowledged by all of these bigger YouTubers, right? I would like to genuinely have a conversation with these people too, but think that he doesn't deserve the exposure that he gets all of the time because he's not genuinely wanting to have a conversation with anybody. All right, Kroom, you have a good one. Be safe, man. Bye. It pisses me off because people like G-Man get all of this recognition, and it sucks. Especially when I'm trying to have a conversation with people. But it is what it is, I guess. G-Man's a creationist fapper. Dumb as fuck and thinks his shit doesn't stink. He's a dancing monkey, and that's why he gets exposure. Well, you do have a point there. He gives people content. Yeah, you're right, Textric. Have anything to bring to the table. He doesn't have anything to add to the conversation. He's monotonous at this point. I mean, I don't even watch him anymore. I've stopped watching him about a year ago, I think. I get tired of people making the same bullshit over and over and over again, despite the fact that they have been refuted many times. Let's see here. Paranor, agenda of the person show with people like G-Man show exactly what they think of their fan base, but the general fan base shows their desires to the show. Okay, good point, Paranor. Good point. Well, Brett Keane, when it comes to Brett Keane, Mr. Doverfield, I had an interaction with him a while back. To be honest with you, I didn't really like it because, I expressed my disagreements, with one of the videos he made, and I made a video about it. He called me a dishonest, lying atheist, and I'm a piece of trash and shit. And I was like, wow, dude, I just wanted to interact, have a conversation. And he right away brings out the names and shit, Really is. Are you perhaps a faggot or a dick sucker for Satan? No, I'm not. No. Yeah, so I just quit my interaction with Brett Keane, Yeah. I talk about the same thing over and over and over again. So, human fart bag, what's up with the all of the hostility, man? You off. I noticed you've been leaving a lot of comments on my videos. That same exact comment over and over and over again. Agree with me on, because I won't resort to calling you names and shit like that. That's not my style. Oh. Then why do you keep asking me that question then? What's the point of that question? Oh. Well, I answered the question. Well, hopefully it won't be answered again now that I answered it. I don't even believe that Satan exists, so. I don't even believe that Satan exists. He's a figment of people's imagination. It's the power of the mind, basically imagining things that are made up for over 2,000 years now. Nation run amok. And you notice I've been human fartback. He does in alternate realities. He does. Field. I'll be here when you come back. Satan does not exist. There's no evidence for Satan to exist. Provide evidence that there is alternate realities. Evidence that supports your claims. Because to me, Satan is nothing more than a human construct. A figment of one's imagination. Take some acid. No. Acid, man. Fuck that. No acid for me. Thank you very much. All reality is imagination. How do you figure? All reality is imagination. How do you figure? It's a perspective thing. So it's your subjective perspective on an objective reality. It's all subjective. See, the thing about reality is it doesn't care whether you like it or believe in it or, whether you don't like it. It's there regardless. That's what reality is. Well, if the brain is damaged, it could change reality a lot for a lot of people. Yes, in its entirety, our reality, it's illusion. It's not imagination. It's objectively true. It's objectively there. But yeah, the reality that we live in isn't imagination, it's reality. Not handle it. That's why there's religion. Plain and simple. But I'm really glad that you were able to come by, Human Fartbag, and have a conversation. That's what I like. Shit, man. You're more than welcome to say whatever you want. I don't have a problem with it. I don't believe in censorship. I don't believe in anything like that. it better when people want to have a conversation. You know. You know, it's a crazy world out there. Crazy world. Crazy world. Text track. Your subjective reality doesn't affect anyone else's reality at all. Yep, the world is what people make it. If people want to make it hard for themselves, well, it's going to be hard. Hitler's subjective reality sure did. Now, what was Hitler's subjective reality, human fart bag? Hitler was a grotesque human being. Let's see. Hitler made his subjective reality objective by convincing other people his reality was true. Yeah. It's crazy, man. Crazy world that we live in, folks. Crazy world indeed. Riding on someone's short bus. It was pretty real for the time too. Would anybody like to come in and have a conversation with me? Come onto the panel and have a chat for a little bit. Reality is a rabbit hole with many short buses. With a lot of people driving the motherfuckers. Anybody want to come in and have a conversation with me? I'll send you the link on Google Plus. I'll be more than happy to have somebody in here. Never. Maybe in a few, John. I gotta get some food. Okay, that's cool. Just let me know and I'll send you the link on Google Plus. It's not a problem. Not a problem at all. I'll be here. Just want to have a conversation with everybody. Hey, I agree. Food is important. Man. Gotta have some food. Well, have a good one, human fart bag. Thank you for coming by. You know, it was good to have a conversation with you without the, you know, all of the name calling and shit. You know, if you want to come by and have a chat in the future, you're more than welcome to have one. I don't care. You know, you're more than welcome to come by. Text trick. I haven't noticed, but do you schedule these hangouts at specific times? I just caught this one by chance. Well, eventually I'm going to start having scheduled shows. Okay. Because normally what I'm going to do, schedule them because I technically have them at random all of the time. And I don't think that's really cool to do that. You know, I want to start scheduling them so that people know that I'm going to be online. And so that people can have a better opportunity to prepare themselves to come on the show or be in the chat, whatever the case might be. You know, this one here was random. I decided to throw this show on and, you know, and just talk with you guys and stuff like that. But I'm going to try and steer away from that. I'm going to try and schedule them, plan them a lot more carefully so that people can be better prepared for it. You know. And once I get a good working schedule down, I'm going to video about the schedule so that people can be aware of the schedule. You know, that way more people can better prepare and show up, and, you know, we can have a good show and have a good conversation. I don't mind that at all. I agree, Text Trick. I agree. I would probably have more input all the way. Hardly. In my head, you know, say if I have a show later on tonight, for example, right? You know, posting notices early. I'm going to create the show itself. Then I'm going to publicize it and let everybody know that it's going to be at this time, you know, 8 hours in advance, if you will, for example. Here, you know, I'm going to start doing that. This one was random. I just popped up and wanted to do this one. You know, for every show that I do, yeah, I'm going to post an advance notice of it so that people can be aware for everybody, you know, instead of just randomly having a hangout. You've been subscribed to me, Text Trick. I'm curious. I'd like to know how long people have been subscribed to my channel. I agree. Fun. I agree. It's still fun to have hangouts. I just want them to be a little more organized. You know. Oh, that's cool. For several years, that's cool. I've been here on YouTube. Well, I started my channel on March 2012, I think. I think that was it. Either March or April of 2012 is when I first created my channel. April of 2012. One of the two. I can't specifically remember. I'd have to go back and look on my channel, but I've been here for a while. Almost 5 years. It's definitely been a while. I think of this year will be 5 years.
What?
My channel.
Oh.
The age of my channel.
Oh, it's a 5-year-old.
Yeah, 5 years old. 5 years old. I've been on YouTube longer, of course, but I'd never started the channel until 2012. Might not have seen the first one, but most of them after that. Yeah. 1,000 videos on my channel. Heard of people uploading 5, 6, 7 videos a day. That's fucking crazy, man. The most I've ever uploaded in one day is 3, I think. And that's it. Generally, I either post 1 video a day, or sometimes I post every other day. It just depends. Depends on what the circumstances are, you know. I just don't, make videos all the time. And allow that to happen sometimes. But that's okay, though. That is okay. Although, if I were to have kept, it's kind of hard, though. Now, when it comes to my channel, when it comes to having any kind of idea here on YouTube, it doesn't necessarily have to be what I'm doing on here. Any type of idea on YouTube, it's kind of hard to come up with something original, right? Because there have been people who have been on here since the beginning of YouTube, right? And it's been shared. Every, version of content, is pretty much out there. I'm pretty sure that anything that you can think of is already featured on YouTube in some capacity. And it's kind of hard to come up with new stuff. I've already thought of it and come up with it before you have, And it kind of sucks sometimes because there's that, I don't know. I get so frustrated with this YouTube thing because when it comes to content here on YouTube, I get a lot of people, I see a lot of people posting videos that get 14, 15 million views video, right? And it's just of them lighting their fucking farts on fire. Or it's just of them, Spider-Man suit and running around acting like a fucking retard. These people get millions and millions of views all of the time. It's something about science or debate, et cetera, and that saddens me. And it kind of tells me the mentality of a lot of people, Sucks. It really does. Apparently, I'd have to act like a fucking dick here on YouTube to get views, and that's just not my style, so I'll just stick with what I got.
Get the fuck with me.
That's how it is. And that's how I'm not going to act like a fool to get 1 million views on one video. Yes, I agree, Paranormal. People on the whole are immature. Even myself at times. you know, I do admit that I have some faults. I'm not perfect either. Means. But it kind of sucks, when you see people getting millions of views acting like idiots. And people who make serious content, it saddens me. Being childish doesn't mean one is immature. Well, I agree. But what sucks is, that type of content gets a lot of views, serious stuff like science, debate, politics, et cetera, things that actually matter when it comes to this country doesn't get a lot of views. Sucks. It sucks big time. Let's see what we got here. Text trick. I'll be honest, the 3-hour uploads are ones I usually don't get around to. Make that never, wait, hold on. Never anything over 20 minutes. Usually requires more time than I've got available. I agree. And what's crazy, text trick, about YouTube, from what I understand lately, is I've been hearing this a lot from a lot of YouTubers, that if you make a video, YouTube channel is monetized, right? You make money from your videos. The videos that make the most money, from what I understand with this new algorithm that YouTube has, is the videos that are 10 minutes or longer. There's times when I just don't feel like making 11-minute long videos. It's crazy. People don't have the time, and you're right, text trick. People don't have the time to sit there to watch a video. It's ridiculous. Paranor, you are who you are at the time you are, being all the yous before you. Never forget nor dismiss. Understand and know your place with yourself in the now. Yeah.
You understood that?
Yep. You need to calm down.
If I'm in the room, you show.
Yeah, I agree, Paranor. Well, what do you watch on Saturday mornings?
No.
My hangout text trick.
The back of our eyelids, because we're sleeping.
Because I have to admit that my hangout is longer than 20 minutes. There's times when it comes to hangouts, there's times when I'll have hangouts that are fucking long, man. There's even a couple of times where I've had hangouts that are at least 8 hours long. There've been a couple of hangouts where I've had 8 hours worth of a hangout. Let's see. Depends on what happened the evening before. But generally, when I make my videos, guys, for everybody to watch, I try to keep them at a certain time limit. I hit 11, 12 minutes long. When I try not to make a habit of that. If I do really want to make a big video, I'll go ahead and make one. But if I think, that I just want to try and get to the point as quick as possible, I'll make a short video. Oh, well, yeah. Who knows what's happening next Saturday, text trick. Might be busy. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. So what have you guys got planned for the day? For me, I don't know yet. Hang out here on YouTube, make a couple of videos, and that's about it. It's pretty much about it. Might make a couple of videos, one or two. I got some stories that I would like to make videos about. I think I got like 9 stories or 9 articles. I keep them in a folder. I bookmark them and I keep them in a folder so that I don't lose them. And I could always go back to them when I'm ready to make a video. Library. Now, if the list gets too large, I'll have to delete some of them, because then at that point I get massively behind on things, you know, and to make a video about a story that's a month fucking old. Plans for today, same as yesterday.
Not a goddamn thing.
What were you doing yesterday, Paranor? What were you doing yesterday? As for me, I wasn't doing anything. Watched my nephew for a little bit, and that was it. Yeah, you're right. But I have my intro and my outro. Intro, I don't know. I think it's about 20 seconds long. That PW Swivel made me. My outro isn't as long, I think. I think my intro is a little bit longer. Might take the bike out for a spin later. It's a bit chilly though. Tomorrow is cookouts and football. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Thinking about it.
That's cool.
Check. And
Speaking of the NFL, did you guys know that people cannot mention a certain word? I'm pretty sure you guys can figure it out in the chat. That people cannot mention a certain word, otherwise they could be sued for it. That's why I'm not going to mention it. I read about that yesterday, that the NFL is going to be going on a rampage. Tech trick, that word. Nobody can use that word, because according to the NFL text trick, they have a trademark on it, and if anybody's caught using that word, they face prosecution because of it. That's what I heard about the NFL yesterday. I don't know why they chose to do it. Crazy that they chose to do it, but it is what it is, I guess. I don't know, man. I think things are getting ridiculous, you know, when you can't even say a word without getting sued for it. It's insane. It's asinine. Ridiculous. Yeah. Short bus is being driven by a lot of them, Paranor. Yeah. It sucks, man. I mean, it is what it is, I guess. Yeah. The big game. I agree, Text Trick. When I first heard about the NFL going on that rampage, I'm like, God dang, man. Better be careful. Control of the narrative. There is no this is what occurred news anymore. Yeah. I don't know how long they're going to keep that rule on the table. But I really don't have that. I don't really have to worry about that because my channel ain't about sports. We need to bring Cronkite back from the dead. Walter Cronkite. Let's see. Just the facts, man. Yep.
Maybe. Have you seen where I put Giovanni's plug for his little laptop thing?
No.
No.
I'm back. Did I miss anything? No, not really, Mr. Doverfield. I'd love to start up an annual smoke contest and call it the. Well, thank you for coming by, man. Yes, Paranor. Text Trek. Where does one go for news these days? That's not complete bullshit with an agenda. Seems like every news organization out there is bullshit with an agenda. Speaking of bullshit with an agenda, Prime Minister of Canada, I think, made Fox News delete a tweet and apologize, implying that the shooter of the Quebec mosque was a Muslim from Morocco, when it was actually a right-wing terrorist. The Prime Minister contacted Fox News, made them apologize, and made them delete their fucking tweet. There's never been an unbiased news source. IMO. Yes, I agree, Stan. They're best. Paranor, Stan, exactly, and can't be really, but it can be honest. Yeah. But they ended up making Fox News delete the tweet and make an apology. Because right away, if you guys notice that when this event first occurred, right, it's completely out there saying, oh, a Muslim did it. He was doing it in the name of Islam, blah, 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 blah. Made all of these ridiculous claims about it, right? But I tell you what really pisses me off, it's the hypocrisy of a lot of people, especially some officials in the White House. And here's why. Because when a Muslim does this type of thing, guys, they really don't have a problem making it public. Oh, this Muslim did this Muslim did that, blah, blah, blah. So therefore, we have all of this validation in the world to enforce this ban on Muslims from other countries, right? But let me tell you where the hypocrisy comes in, guys. When someone from the right does it, you know, who is a Christian, who believes in the Crusades wholeheartedly, you know, what does one White House official say? Oh, we shouldn't publicize that. We should just leave it alone. Well, why? You guys do that all of the time to Muslims every time they do one of these horrible things. With Christianity as well, right? Stop being hypocritical about it and share the damn news. And then I figured out why they don't do it. They don't want to mention Christianity in a bad light in any way, shape, or form. They have this agenda that they want to push forth on society, and they don't care about the truth that contradicts their positions. It's ridiculous. And when it comes to places like Yahoo and AOL and stuff, when they posted the articles about this shooting in Quebec, right? I noticed that they didn't delete their articles at all. I still got an article bookmark that has been refuted time and time again, but it's still up. Well, because people, you know, click on this type of shit more than they do the actual truth, because it supports their narrative. It supports their agenda. It supports the picture that they want to paint. It doesn't comport to reality in any way, shape, or form. It's ridiculous. So when something happens with an individual from their neck of the woods, they want to completely ignore it. And that was my whole situation with that, right? You know, and then when I made that video, the comment section accusing me of trying to equate Christian violence with Muslim violence, right? Like if I'm trying to equate the two. Shit. I'm only sitting here trying to call out the hypocrisy from the right and their dishonesty and the fact that they are unwilling to report on something, you know, it's ridiculous. Why are they not willing to report on something that horrible that has been done from someone from their neck of the woods? Well, because this person is ideology from their religion, and they have a bias against that. You know, well, he ain't a real Christian. He can't do this. He can't. You know, he did this. He does that. You know, they use the no true Scotsman fallacy, like there is no tomorrow, basically. It's insane. There's quite a bit of that, yes. This case can't put the same label on it, really. Let's see. Oh, yeah. A lot of people, especially with the situation I was talking about earlier, Stan, the Berkeley riots that happened the night before last, you know. A lot of people from the left, oh, my God, man, they were there blowing up that fucking college with fire bombs and shit like that, you know. Well, Techstrek, when it comes to, you know, CNN has been shitting the bed a lot lately when it comes to reporting the news. I've seen a lot of things that they have been screwing up on big time. Hey, what's up, Paul? How you doing? Yeah, you're right, Paranor. And like I was saying earlier, when it comes to the left, I think that a lot of people on the left are crazy. Just look at the Berkeley riots. You know, they wanted to shut someone down because they had a different point of view. That's fucking crazy. It really is. You know, if you disagree with someone, it doesn't mean that they have to stop speaking. You know, it doesn't work that way. That's not the way that America is supposed to be. Let them have an opportunity to speak. You may disagree with them, but let them have an opportunity to speak. These people in those Berkeley riots didn't see it that way, and it sucks. What's up, Mr. Doverfield? TDS has it fairly accurate most of the time, but like I said earlier, can't get away from agendas. The honesty of it is what is important. Yeah, I agree. I just wish a lot of news organizations were a lot more honest and less biased. You know. Let's see what else we have here. What's up, Paul? No, I don't have a link right now, Paul. I'm just having a conversation with everybody. They want a fucking civil war, easy to see. Yeah, a lot of people are begging for a conflict, man. Let's see.
For what? No.
Yeah. Oh man, it's a crazy world out there. It really is. And I think that this type of behavior is extremely harmful because people will eventually be, you know, scared of having an opinion that's going to differ from somebody else, and scared that people might react with violence. Who the fuck? This is what I don't understand. Who the fuck sprays an innocent woman, with fucking mace? I saw those videos. It's crazy, man. Yeah, I agree, Paranor. People in this country where I'm at have been getting juiced up, boy. Let me tell you. Looking for an excuse. Been looking for an excuse to act a fool. The left isn't going to be having a war with anybody. Didn't they turn it all their guns? Are you asking if they turned in all of their guns? What about the police, Paul? This town needs an enema. Yeah, Jack Nicholson. Oh man, it's crazy. I heard that the left was buying a lot of guns too. And there would have been civil rights if people didn't do anything. Yeah. I think that, violence is unnecessary, man. You don't have to shoot fucking fireworks or anything at a fucking college to shut somebody up. Let the man speak. Even if you disagree with him, let him speak. Let him speak. The left buying guns. Pepper spray by the police and old woman. What event are you referring to, Paul? I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, hold on a minute, Paul. I'm going to be putting the link to have a conversation with people. Hold on, I'm going to be putting the link out there in a minute. Unspeakable is lali lalu. Left doesn't equate to gun phobic. Yep, agree. All right, guys, I'm going to be placing the link in the chat. If anybody wants to come in, they can come in. Hold on a second. Does anybody in the chat want to come in besides Paul? Paul, I'm going to send the link to you. Hold on a minute. Does anybody else want to come in for a little bit? Let me know. I don't know, Techstrek. To be honest with you, the Berkeley riots, I heard that it was a combination of both. I'm not sure how true it is. Doctor Who were speech 1039, but worth it. Watch. Okay. I'll be sure to check it out. I'm going to put the link in the chat now, guys. Does anybody want to come in? Hold on a minute. I'm getting the link now. Let me get everything in order. Then we can have a chat. Let's see. I got to do this. I got to do this. I got to do this. That's done. All right. Let me, okay, that's done. All right. Hold on, guys. I'm coming. Hold on. I've got to get everything set up now. Oh, come on, man. All right, there's that. Okay, we're going to close that. Okay. There you go, guys. The link is in the chat. Feel free to come in. I placed the link in the chat, guys. Let me mute myself real quick. I'll be right back. I gotta talk to my wife for a second. Okay, I'm back. What's up, Paul?
Okay, first off, I haven't seen the news. I don't watch the news because I can stand only so many times seeing that guy who masked himself as the president's on,
Yeah.
Facebook and stuff already. I
Yeah.
can only tolerate so much. But let's look at him and his campaign. Where do you think people have learned this shit from? Did he show tolerance? I mean, he gave no good example. He's supposed to be a leader. I don't know what people expect. And also, I don't see cities burning down all over the place, so it can't be bad.
Well, I mean, it's kind
What?
of easy to say it's not that bad. You're not a person who is now fucked in terms of
Oh,
the immigration
Christ,
policy.
I'm a war veteran. Tell me some more.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you
Because
don't.
Come on.
Again, because you're a war veteran, it's
No,
great
no,
that you serve the country. But
no. Yeah, so don't ever tell a war veteran thank you. Don't say it.
well, then I don't know why you're
Because,
trying to guilt trip
I
me with
say-
your.
What I
Says
say
that.
has no meaning, any purpose, or anything else. So don't thank me for anything. I'm not asking for it. But you're talking to me as if I don't know anything. I'm not a kid.
I
I've seen
didn't
this
talk to
shit
you as if you
before.
don't know
I've seen
anything.
protests with Vietnam. I've seen protests for civil rights. I'm not saying somebody should do something wrong.
hey, Sam.
Real quick, when people are shown the way by their so-called leader what to do, and you've seen his rallies, and then you wonder why other people after a while have had it up to here too.
I mean, I don't see the point of bringing.
Sam.
If you bringing up your veteran status doesn't mean anything,
It's
don't bring it up.
of who I am. It's part of my life. It's part of my being.
Okay, then it does mean something because you literally just said it doesn't mean anything, and now you're saying it
No,
does
I
mean
say
something.
to you, it doesn't mean anything to you.
I agree, it doesn't mean anything to me.
Okay then.
What were you? What's your input on all of this, Sam?
Well, I mean, I'm in some ways I'm impressed with Trump, and in some ways I'm horrified. I'm impressed that he's actually staying to promises because, well, I mean, that does not happen that often. But I'm horrified because it's a terrible policy. I mean, I have so many friends. There are a lot of people don't know this. There's a lot of Iranian researchers. It's the area that has one of the fastest growing rates of science. And so I know a lot of researchers who are basically stranded in the United States because they can't leave. They can't see their family. They are basically, they can't leave the country at all. And so they're basically fucked. And that's just people I know.
Yeah. Well, another thing that I had a problem with this whole decision on the ban, the fact that I was reading a couple of articles yesterday, Sam, that were talking about this baby that needed to come to the States for surgery regarding their heart, I guess, and the baby couldn't come, procedure done because of the ban, and it kind of sucked, man.
Can I ask, because I didn't look into because they like to point out Obama did a restriction one time, but did they ever point out how the restriction was done? You know, what things were put in place to say to let people with green cards still come in? You know,
They don't let people with green cards come in.
What, when Obama did it?
Well, when Obama did it, that's a completely different situation now.
Yeah, I understand it, but see, that's the problem. They bring up, well, Obama did it, but they don't go into the details.
Well, I mean, as far as I know, there was a travel ban there was like a immigration ban from Iran, or from Iraq, excuse me, on the basis of there being some terrorist attacks, and they wanted to be able to fingerprint the IEDs because Al-Qaeda members had made it into Kentucky, had stolen a bunch of sniper rifles, had tried to construct explosives. And so they're like, okay, we need to vet this better and we need to screen better. And then everything went back to normal once they were able to renormalize everything. So, and to me, that's not something that is that terrible. I mean, maybe there's a way of handling it better than a ban. I mean, I will accept that, but the idea that it's the same as what Trump's doing is kind of ridiculous.
That's what I'm saying, but that's the stuff that's thrown out there is that, well, Obama did restrictions, but they never go into the details. They never go into blow by blow. Did Obama's restrictions all of a sudden keep people who had like a situation like they were the child that needs their operation, are people who have green cards and they're technically Americans? I mean, why do they have to play games getting back into their own country?
Well, I know someone who has a green card who works in my lab, and he can't go back to Iran and then come back here. He can't leave the country and then come back here because he was born in Iran, which makes no fucking sense.
Federal overturning of the Seattle judge who overturned that, doesn't that help that guy or not? Or because
not entirely, because it's just a stay of execution. It's not I mean, there's no legal teeth to it just yet.
Oh. If it's been paid, there will be legal teeth soon enough, but that's
yeah. You hope so, but again, I don't really think. I mean, nothing indicates that Trump is going to pay attention to the other branches of government, which is a huge issue.
Right. This is the problem we have. Is with Trump, he does not go and find out. He just, and any other person who's supposed to be an intelligent person, if I know I have resources to find things out, I use those resources. It's my determination from there. And then when I do something, I say, well, I've seen this, but I don't agree with that. That at least, but no. See, this is the problem I have with Trump. It's he runs, jumps, then looks.
I agree. That's very true.
And Tom, I'm not pissed off at you. I just hate you. No, I have really no problem with anybody here. I mean, they hate me. That's fine. I don't care. But
nobody hates you. Who hates you, Paulie?
Everybody.
Oh,
my back feels like a pincushion. There's the barbed wire and salt. Oh, terrific. But I understand, but I understand the frustrations too, because I've seen it when I went through that shit years ago. Most of the time I was in the service at the time, so I couldn't really do anything. But I understand the frustrations, and I would be there listening to these lifers talk, oh, this, and they're all pro government at the time, because a lot of these guys they went through World War II, which everybody got behind the government because we had a big thing. Nobody questioned the government, and they just had that mindset, them things up, and they just didn't see it. I remember when I was in this, like I said, again, I was in service. Later on, I got to go to the place, Kent State, where they, Ford killed in Ohio. Remember that song? That was played a heck of a lot overseas. Because a lot of guys overseas would buy equipment because you get it like half price. And that song, like I'd be walking by barracks area. But anyway, and then you have that shit happening where one guy saying one of the lifers is going, well, they were killed, they shouldn't have been there. One kid came out of a building from a class and was hit by a straight round. I mean, where's a student supposed to be but on the campus? The governor should have never brought in the National Guard. They weren't needed.
Hey,
the whole thing would have went away, but they brought in the troops, and that just spurred it on.
Hey, Sam, are you still there?
He ran away. He's getting.
Yeah, I'm still here. I just didn't want to erupt. I didn't want to erupt our time travel back to the 60s or 70s.
Oh man, I mean, talk about cities burning and shit. Unfortunately, we're hitting their own areas. Detroit and all that, and the fires.
What are your thoughts about Berkeley, guys?
I mean, I think people just need to stop paying attention to Milo Yiannopoulos. Like, every time that I hear that guy speak, there's nothing really of value that he brings to it. People don't realize that he's a guy that thrives off of any attention he gets. So just don't give him fucking attention.
Oh, well, that's not going to work. You know that won't work.
It'll work. I know plenty of people that just pay no attention to him.
Yeah, like I said, I haven't watched the news, so I'm completely oblivious to what happened. I'm just saying I've seen shit before happen. Not saying it's right.
It was much worse.
Not saying it's right. But I'm just saying I understand. You know, you can understand something and not agree with it, right?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, that's, you know, I understand where you're coming from and blah, 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 but I don't think that's the action you should take. You know, right away when people think, you know, you understand something means you agree. No.
The fact of the matter is that because Milo was prevented from speaking, or however you want to view it, it's perceived that he was prevented from speaking at Berkeley. He's going to get even more right-wing allies and more people on his bandwagon. So the idea of just ignoring him, you know, I mean, I understand personally why you feel that way, but that won't work.
Yeah,
It's worked in the past.
On whom?
I mean, there are plenty of people we just don't pay attention to anymore.
Like who?
Plenty of celebrities.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I largely just considered that in terms of Milo Yiannopoulos. Like, he doesn't really provide anything of substantial. But there are plenty
call him a celebrity.
But there are plenty of intellectuals we just don't pay attention to anymore. Like James Watson, the guy who discovered one half of the team that discovered the structure of DNA.
Oh, he's a real asshole.
Yeah, exactly. If someone's a real asshole, you just shun them. You don't pay attention to them.
Yeah, I get a kick out when they say, like, somebody like of the entertainment says something. It's like, what do they do? Give up their rights to speak when they became entertainers?
No, of course not. But I certainly understand the feeling of nobody wants to be lectured by a celebrity on how to behave or what to do. I mean, I understand. I mean, maybe they have excellent points. Lots of them do. But everybody, at least I am sensitive to the fact that
But
don't want to hear a celebrity tell you, no, go count your money, motherfucker.
No, I, as Joe Blow here, have hardly any influence. They have a bigger influence. They have a platform to talk from. You got the politicians that have their platform. So who else? If you say the news ain't going to do their job and the papers aren't going to do the job, who? Who then? Who should bring up points? Who should bring up what's going on? I'm open for
this. Is like some strange, like 6 degrees from Kevin Bacon conversation that Paul's having. No, it's really interesting because it's like it's right on the point, and then he references something that's very different.
I see many different connections. I've always been able to do that. I'm sorry. I'm not saying you can't, but I see a lot of different points and a lot because I've just experienced it over my lifetime. I bring my baggage of my life with me of things I've learned that are wrong, and when I find out they're wrong, I try to correct them as much as I can because I'm only human. I gave up my godhood up when I became human. So
Milo didn't start out as a celebrity, though. Just a small point, Sam. He always from the start. It's not like he was an actor in some movie or anything. He's always been a political activist, for lack of a better word. So, I wish we could just ignore him and he would go away. That won't happen. He is a martyr for everyone on the right now.
That's people's problem, though, is that they refuse to ignore him. I mean, I've always ignored him because I don't find anything he says to be of worth. And I think it's really that simple for people. It's like they feel so obsessed. Like, if you can name something that he said that actually has intellectual weight, I'm more than willing to hear it. But if he's not bringing that, I just don't see the reason to pay attention to him.
And well, somebody would say to them, well, I've never heard of Milo Yiannopoulos before, and I don't know what anything is about, but maybe I could have heard him at this thing, but I was not allowed to. No, of course, that's...
Well, you got the internet, you can find out. I don't...
You're right. You can find out all about Milo anyway. Yes, that's true.
Okay, but...
the very idea that someone is not allowed, with a controversial opinion, is not allowed to speak at a university is a problem.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
and the right wing will milk it for everything they can. Check your feed. All my right wing peeps are doing that.
Yeah, but oh well. Yeah, Trump has united us, all right, into two groups.
Well, see, yeah, I don't know if you guys caught it, but Trump was even talking about wanting to defund Berkeley because of what happened.
I saw that.
Yeah, but that's the whole thing. He should not have his mouth in there. It's not him to do that. It's not him to do that. He's not a corporation. He thinks of himself as being part of a corporation. He is not. And like I said, when he fires the chief judge, the chief one, and because she didn't agree with what he did, because she's pointing out deficiencies, stuff that's wrong, and he fires her. What do you want? What the hell do you want? Not you personally, but
Oh, I want to go back in time and warn people what was going to happen, and then Bernie would have been elected.
What's that effect? As Malaya, whatever effect, where people think that the universe is different from what they thought.
You're breaking up.
I'm breaking up
A little bit.
Well, what's really alarming to me, guys, when it comes to Bernie Sanders. People have been saying that he's nothing more than a regressive cuck.
Yeah, if you
like,
call people cucks, I can't be friends with you. It's not unless they literally are, unless they're really into that. I can't.
Complete agreement with you, Sam. You got that.
If you call someone a cuck, or their new thing is to slur people with. Their new thing is to slur people by saying they're gonna screech like an Asperger's patient.
Why?
Doesn't make sense.
Into that stupid language. It's just like, oh.
Yeah, I don't. I'm just like, okay, you're not a person I'm going to talk to anymore.
Exactly.
Like, I think if more people did that, it would be a better world.
It's like that's why I very rarely have the conversation, because I'm like, if you don't understand why I think this stuff is that things are not okay, then I don't really think there's much point in me thinking I can talk to you in the first place.
Yeah. It's just all these words that these people use, man, are only specifically designed to stop a conversation. And they don't even know what the fucking words actually mean.
Well, the funniest thing is they'll say, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I interrupted you.
Well, the funniest thing they'll say is they're not racist or sexist, but they'll make fun of you for a sexual fetish and use it in a way to make fun of you from a male and female role, which is sexist, and then they'll do it, and usually cuckolding has a racial component, so they're also being racist.
Yeah.
But they'll say they're not racist or sexist.
But they're so self-aware that they.
Well, of course, a fucking Jew would say that. How you doing?
The biggest.
I spent all morning talking about this stuff. I don't know if I could really do it anymore.
Well, Text Trek in the chat says, "Who the hell invented the word cook? And will someone please define the word for me?" Well, cook means you like to watch your wife getting boned, basically, for the lack of a better term.
Oh, cute.
It's a shortening of the word cuckold, which is a word for someone who's been cheated on behind his back.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah. That's basically what that means, Text Trek.
The problem we also have, unfortunately, is people have too much double think.
Oh, hell yeah.
Well, yeah.
They can see. I mean, we all have something to some extent. I mean, but all of us do it to some extent. But the thing is, man, I just you hear somebody say about something, and then they do something completely different. It's like, what? Don't you see that you have a conflict of interest within your own mind?
There's a lot of lack of self-awareness these days. Of course, the question is, do we have a lot of it to begin with? There's a question.
I haven't seen any real change on that, because I've been hearing this my whole life with people.
Yeah, I agree, sadly, but we know that things progress. It's just slowly, it's baby steps. Like molasses, culture takes a while to flow out.
Yeah, because it takes a new generation to come in.
Three, I would, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
Not only is not only is it frustratingly slow, but it's also sawtooth progress. It seems to me, up and then back, and then up and then back a little bit.
When I was in the service and stuff, or all the people, like I said, all the older people were through World War II, and government does nothing wrong. You don't question them.
Taxes are patriotic.
And that's coming back. This is what this is. Authoritarianism is back.
Yeah, but I'm talking in generalizations on that, of course. But that's what a lot is. I mean, I would be barraged with this. I'm not saying nothing. And, you guys, this generation, you blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I'm in the service. What are you picking on me for? I'm in the service, and you're picking on me. I'm out there with the signs.
It's strange, Lalalu.
I'm saying I'm saying like the authoritarianism is on the upswing again. People who think it's a good thing not to open your mouth. And I think they're full of shit.
On the upswing, yes. I would say yes, but I don't see a corresponding love for the government and for the nation that, you saw back in what Paul is describing, or like Sparta or everything.
That's why I'm back plugging for another Occupy, a revitalization of Occupy. Get out there, bitches.
I want to say, definitely get up. But I do want to address just the word that you use, Blue. Not saying it's wrong or anything, but the love of the government. Maybe it wasn't quite that. Maybe it's just blind acceptance, right? And that cognitive dissonance kicks in, the doublethink, because people assume that the government is there to do things and will do it. Let's
Perhaps
take
government is the wrong word.
The Veterans Hospital. No, love. Love is the wrong word, I think.
Love of nation, I think, was promoted much more
definitely
intensely and without embarrassment back in the 40s. And
definitely patriotism, nationalism.
Right. And
the
problems with those, I can guess what you would say about them, and I would agree with most of that. But it's what Lalalu says, this love for authoritarianism doesn't seem to have the corresponding the patriotism with it. I don't know, maybe it does. I mean, make America great. Maybe it's a weak sort of patriotism. I don't know.
It's not patriotism in the sense of loving one's country. It's patriotism in the sense of loving one's tribe, however one defines that. And they're defining their tribes narrower and narrower and narrower.
Basically, their tribe now is anyone who isn't white, conservative like them, and
Christian. Don't forget Christian.
Well,
you're a Kiwi, right? Unspeakable.
I'm sorry. Say again.
You are a Kiwi, correct?
No, I'm a Yank.
With that amount of snow there, come on.
Yeah, I can clearly tell she's a Kiwi from her very thick New Zealand accent.
I don't know. Hey man, she could have been a transplanter. I don't know. Why did I think
she's a hippie? Come on.
I'm actually, I'm actually not Jewish.
Although if any New Zealanders have room in their broom closet, I may need an airlift out soon. You never know.
That's right.
Well, no, I'm clearly not a Jewish-looking male. I'm actually black. I've been deceiving all of you with trick photography.
Hey, I think we're all niggers on the inside.
That's wish thinking, I think, Sam. I'm afraid to say.
Can I real quick? But the thing is, a lot of times we talk about government as if it's an entity unto itself, and we forget that no, it's people.
Right.
Corporations
And
are
the thing-
people too, don't forget.
Well, it's like, it drives me nuts because it's a feedback loop. I'm on this kick of feedback loop these days.
Mm-hmm.
Like, people feel helpless, and so they don't, and they feel like they can't do anything, and so they don't do anything, and so things become out of control, and so they feel like they can't even do even more. And earlier in the year, I was like, the only reason this is not possible is because you're saying it's impossible. Like, I was talking about third party things and stuff. The only reason it's not possible is because because you're making it not possible by not doing it. By saying it's not possible, you're making it not possible.
Yeah, they're saving their leap of frustration out of that helplessness for after it's done, for the ripple, to ride the ripple. We have to remember we're animals first, beyond anything else, and we desire a leader to the herd, and we keep choosing bad leaders, bad herdsmen. But that's what will always be tapped into, and that's why I said earlier in the chat, honest agendas.
Actually, I'm going to take a little bit of a doom and gloom view, which is that we have such a broken system that we actually elected someone who was an exceptional man, but he couldn't do shit.
Yeah, he's a
And
troll.
I think Obama was no. I think Obama, not Trump. Fuck Trump. I think Obama was actually an exceptional leader, and had he been dealt the hand that, let's say, someone like FDR or someone like Kennedy had,
Agreed,
where they had the opportunity to actually do something meaningful, I think he would have been able to be that type of leader, but he's been dealt this hand of just such a broken system that he couldn't do anything.
Exactly, and they
Congress.
declared it on day one. We will be doing everything we can to deny Obama a second term, and it was the leap coming out of, oh my God, there's a nigger in the White House.
Yeah, I mean, they vowed not to let anything he had promised come to pass.
I have a cousin.
For the most part, they succeeded.
I have a cousin.
So honest agendas are important? Okay.
I have a cousin.
Thank you, Pierre.
He's now going over, him and his wife, to Okinawa, but he was on Air Force One for 15 years or whatever. Boy, do I have questions for him. You know, he was only an NCO, but, you know, a lot of stuff he probably heard and shit. I would love to ask him certain questions about the different administrations.
Who was only an NCO? Forgive me, Paul, I didn't hear you.
I have a cousin once removed who was on Air Force One.
Oh, wow.
And what his capacity was, I don't know. One time he helped Obama's kids with their laptop. And this is the Republican thought I got a lot of times, because I have those in my family too, is that he was asked to help them with their laptop. So my one estranged sister-in-law says, what's he doing worried about his kid's laptop? You know, Obama. He should be working on the government. And the flip of that would be, oh, he didn't care about his kids. Why doesn't he care about his kids too? No matter what he will do, we're going to find something wrong with it. Man, what a mentality. I can't wait till he finally, after he takes his little breather for a while, because he's going to come back. I see him coming back.
I was no fan. I was no fan after, like, I mean, I'm not a Democrat. I was no fan of
what?
Not most of his, I mean, of the war things, the drone shit. I thought it depersonalized
Can I say
the point of this, that, and the other. But nonetheless, I do agree he is an exceptional person.
Yeah, but
I'm also biased. I've met Obama multiple times, and he was good friends with my dad. So I am biased.
I think he's a good person. I think he's a good person. And
But the
I
thing
mean,
with the drones, real quick, remember, we don't have all sources of information of what's going on. That's all. Just put that in the back here.
we have the information that
Yeah, but you don't.
the 8-year-old girl who was the 8-year-old girl who was killed last week. It was a drone under Obama that killed her 16-year-old brother. I mean, yeah.
Watch carpet bombing of World War II. You want to see death and destruction of everything.
I don't think this is a dick measuring contest over who did the most immoral thing to kill children.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna throw
No,
that
it's
out.
really not. It's
No,
really not. That was my
mean,
point.
Yeah, but that's, any agenda that you have in war, if you're conscientious, is not to minimize those things to happen. But unfortunately, we're dealing with people, doing things, and they're not always going to do the right thing or make the right decision or give you the right information, blah, 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 blah. It goes on and on. And you do the best you can. And unfortunately, if you're in a position like being a president or something like that, you're going to do things that really affect a lot. Us as Joe Blows, it doesn't matter what we do, no nukes go off. We don't have that impact, so we have that, ability to go, oh, well, look what he did. Well, they're in that position when they do something, shit really happens.
Yeah.
I just locked myself out of my parents' house.
It's a tough job.
Gotta walk around.
If you're conscientious, it's a rough job. And I don't think Trump is, so I think it's an easy job for him. One person brought up, has he ever had a dog?
He could be allergic to dogs. I've never had a cat. No one has accused me of not being an animal lover. I'm allergic to
I'm
cats.
not saying that. But one person has.
If he's ever had a pet,
Has he ever gotten a Brazilian wax? Can we ask more irrelevant questions?
I think if he's had a pet, then it's a white tiger.
Wow.
Just
By
go
the way,
full Tyson
somebody
with it. Yeah.
somebody needs. Somebody's waiting in the lobby.
The reason that
Somebody is? Hold on.
Yeah.
I was trying to fix my mouse, guys. Sorry, it ran out of battery power. I was replacing the batteries. Sorry about that.
The reason why I bring that up is because somebody had brought up that every time he would talk, or not every time, a lot of times he would talk about somebody, go, he's terrible, just like a dog. Everything was a derogatory.
Well, he's from New York. That's how people in New York talk. Like, you can't undersell the fact that he's just an old school New York shit talker. Like, we do have to be honest with him about that. That, like, he is. That is what he is, right? So I don't like looking into that more than you have to.
Like the New York accent.
Oh, you do? I hate broken accents.
Paul. No, excuse me. Para. Okay, I'm so sick of your shit, man. Okay, I'm leaving now. You sorry, motherfucker.
I wasn't around, dumbass, when that whole shit happened. I had to research it.
Right.
I didn't know what the fuck you were talking about, but you placed me right in the middle of it because I disagreed about something ages ago on an ignorant thread.
Now tell me what was right about Dramagate. Tell me.
I have no idea.
You don't know? You've never
because I didn't look into the details. I had to research what the fuck it was. I didn't jump into it because it looked like what it appeared to me was a rabbit hole, and I left it. I have no part of it. Idiot.
No.
Telling you this.
But you're upset at me for being angry about it.
I'm upset at you for keep making me a part of it and being angry over me not being a part of it.
No. I'm not letting you escape. But remember you said I was the one who introduced you to Nagpi?
Yeah, because I had to research it and his name came up. I researched him and went, okay.
He's a great guy.
Yeah, whatever. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to say that.
I'm leaving.
I find what he says
Don't you talk about honest agendas and integrity when you're
deluded.
Hope you get cancer.
Probably. I smoke. Fucking shit. Seriously, I wasn't even on YouTube commenting when Dramagate, whatever the fuck it's all about, even happened.
Hello. Hello, people. I'm the one who yelled.
Hi.
Stop it. That's
Yeah, can't we let?
How did that
Because-
conversation even begin?
Yeah, how did that
Blue-
happen?
Because Blue always makes it happen. That's the problem.
I just
Oh,
thought we were
okay.
having a pleasant conversation about how Trump is an old school New York shit talker.
No, I know.
yeah.
Yeah,
See, that's
seriously,
what
he's
you're
no better
saying.
than a
You
showgame
can't
guy
do
in the
that.
street.
What, you think we're not living in the surreal other?
Also, you got to understand that Blue is a really fucked up person, and I will.
Oh, I do understand that.
I will. I'm explaining to John,
Oh,
but
sorry.
I will go out of my way to piss him off because he just gets angry at whatever.
Oh,
Because who knows? I don't know what went wrong in his life, and I don't want to know. So that's
Yeah.
where I leave it.
But that's my job. My job is to yell. You're hurting
he's
my.
probably going to reban me. I hope.
So, John, are you excited for Tony Ferguson versus Khabib Nurmagomedov? For the UFC?
I've heard about that.
That's a crazy
I've heard about
fucking fight.
Yep.
Those guys are scary.
That's right.
They're both crazy.
Yes, they are, dude.
El
They are.
Kukui.
You see, somebody gets their head smacked all the time and they're crazy. I wonder what happens.
Khabib's dad made him wrestle bears when he was a kid. There's actual videos out there of him wrestling bears as a kid.
Jesus.
Damn.
Young samurai must train young.
Khabib's a maniac. He's torn his ACL twice because he just doesn't stop training.
Yeah.
I mean, there's being good in your skill, but then there's a little bit of obsession. Talk about indoctrination. Seriously.
He's definitely obsessed. He's
Yeah.
definitely indoctrinated as well.
So what kind of indoctrination are we talking about? I'm just curious.
Forcing him to wrestle bears as a kid?
It's turning the sport, the trophies of the sport, as the idols of religious worship, basically. Being the best of the best of the best. It's its own religion in its own right.
You know, I used to do wrestling in high school, and boy, you do have that mentality. I mean, it goes to football, goes to the other, where they just fixate. You know, I never seen such dedication and fixation on something. You know, I mean, live, breathe. You know, a sport. You know, it's like wow. I mean, sometimes in the Olympics, you kind of got to go that way because you're not going to get to the top if you're not focused like that. But some of these people, they really abuse themselves. Really abuse themselves to get to that plateau, and it's like, wow, I can't do that.
Habib
Well,
is
see,
that level.
I remember making that video. I know you saw it, Sam, because you replied to it about them wanting Floyd Mayweather and McGregor to fight.
As a boxing fan, I just don't want it to happen. There's no reason. I've seen videos of him sparring the Irish national champ. He's a good boxer for MMA.
Yeah.
But he's not. But this isn't MMA. This is boxing.
Yeah.
It's just he's not at a level that he's never going. He's never going to be at Floyd Mayweather's level.
Forgive me for asking, how old is Floyd Mayweather now? I know
It's 39, I want to say.
Floyd Mayweather's that old?
Yeah, he's 39.
Wow.
Didn't he retire?
He's retired multiple times. I don't really know what
definitely maybe past his prime.
Well, he's probably past his prime.
But you still think he could take this other guy? I don't know anything.
Oh, easily.
Okay.
Well, he's also the greatest boxer of all time. He doesn't take punishment.
What?
In terms of being a defensive fighter, he's the greatest boxer of all time.
Okay. Thank you so much for that qualifier, because I was about to lose it, Sam.
Well, if your answer, who were you going to say was the greatest boxer of all time? And if it's not Sugar Ray Robinson, then
I was going to lead with Sugar Ray.
okay, good. Because I thought you were going to be one of those people who said it was Muhammad Ali, and then I'd be like, well, that does sound
in terms of making the sport popular, unifying the title, all the other things that go with Muhammad Ali. But yes, in terms of pure boxing, yes, it's Sugar Ray Robinson. Who? There was another. Who else?
Henry Armstrong, Hammer and Hank, Willie Pep.
What about Rocky? What about Rocky Marciano?
Marciano's on the list.
Overrated, in my opinion.
Come on. Oh well.
Well, you look at he didn't. The thing was he was in a shitty era, right? Like he was in the era right after Joe Louis, and that was always going to be
Joe Louis also is in Sugar Ray Robinson.
Yeah, he's also in that category.
You ever hear the Richard Pryor joke about the Sugar Ray Robinson?
No.
Oh, he's like, and there was one name you could bring up and it would fuck everybody. Yeah, but what if he fought Sugar Ray Robinson? Oh shit! You don't mess with the Sugar. Sugar fights so good, make you kick hard.
But in terms of being the best defensive fighter of all time, I think it's either Willie Pep or Floyd. And I think you can make the argument for Willie Pep because he fought in a much tougher era. He also fought something like 300 times.
Joe Frazier was beautiful, man. Was a beautiful boxer. Maybe he's not as good as those other guys in those other ways, but there's something beautiful about
his whole style was built around the fact that he couldn't see really well out of his left eye. Or no, yeah, it was out of his left eye. So he had to throw a massive left hook so that he could steer guys into his right hand. Because otherwise he wasn't ever going to hit them with the right hand because he just couldn't see that well.
I didn't know that.
He also couldn't straighten his left arm because he was wrestling down a hog when he was a kid and he damaged his arm. So he could never throw a proper jab.
Yeah, but the thing is,
you are a boxing expert, man.
When Muhammad
Not an expert, a fan.
When Muhammad Ali came into boxing was waning, and
I disagree.
Him yelling and screaming, well, I'm gonna blah 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 blah, got it going again.
I don't think it was waning really because it was still.
He didn't have because the one.
Who could love Sonny Liston? Nobody. Not even his own mother could love Sonny Liston. That's no champ.
The heavyweight division maybe was waning, but the rest of boxing was. I mean, you're talking about before the promoters started to be shitbags, even when they were just starting to be shitbags.
Yeah, but
I mean that was one of the most fantastic eras that we're coming off of the decade of Sugar Ray Robinson.
Yeah, but
winning 5 championships.
I hardly heard anything to speak of outside because I'm not a boxer. Now, my late wife, she used to watch boxing with her father. They had the Friday night fights and stuff. You did not want to be around my wife when she was watching a fight because she was bloodthirsty. You're looking at her and you just can't believe a woman is that kill. Anyway, but at that time, like I said, when he came in and started doing it, that brought a lot of attention into boxing.
I mean, I think that he was the first person to kind of, still even Sugar Ray Robinson and Joe Louis had that kind of celebrity. So I think that gets kind of thrown under the bus. But he was the first really transcendent. Muhammad Ali was the Conor McGregor of boxing.
Yeah, but
Conor McGregor is the Muhammad Ali of boxing.
Yeah,
or of MMA.
Yeah, they were not making for now. Back in that day, a boxer was a meek little guy until he got into the ring. He was quiet. He didn't do anything boastful whatsoever. Yes, I will be there. Everything was nice and cute, until they got into the ring and they did their thing. He was the first one outside the ring to really announce what he's going to do and do that stuff.
No, Sugar Ray Robinson did that before. It was just Muhammad Ali took it to a whole other level.
Yeah.
There's really very rarely a person who's the first person to ever do it in history. It's usually the first person to ever popularize it, especially in sports history. Like
Well,
if
it's
you want to
just-
talk about talking shit, I mean, Jack Johnson was one of the best shit talkers of all time.
Well, they
Do you ever
really,
hear
I
the
think,
story of Jack Johnson when he got a speeding ticket? And it was $50, and he gave the cop a 100. And he goes, "Listen," he goes, "Why'd you give me 100?" He goes, "Because I'm going to drive the same speed back."
it's interesting. You can liken to what the shit talking that boxing got into as psychological warfare, because it uses your opponent's mind against themselves.
I mean, and in that respect, I don't think there's a better shit talker in history in the evolution of shit talking than Conor McGregor.
Yeah,
I
he
mean, he's
talks a
just
lot of
fan-
shit.
But he backs it up. You can't
Yep.
say anything.
Cool.
Ever watch?
Very cool.
Ever
Yeah,
watch
he-
Pumping Iron?
Arnold.
Yeah, ever watch it? I got to talk to Lou last year, but because I asked Lou a question, because in the movie Pumping Iron, his father and him are in the kitchen, and his father's going over, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and blah, blah, blah. And Arnold had longer hair back then, and you see his hand go like this, and it comes back down. So I said to him, "Did you turn off your hearing aid?" And he looked at me for a while and said, "Let's say I adjusted it." He's got massive hands, Arnold.
Well, yeah, he did enough steroids to give us all enough testosterone for 6 lifetimes.
You know what? That just goes so well with the Trump Schwarzenegger battle, because Schwarzenegger said, "Let's trade jobs," because it's Trump tiny hands at the moment.
Yeah, but it's also Schwarzenegger tiny nuts. So
Oh, very true. Very true.
Schwarzenegger tiny nuts.
Well,
Yep.
the small nuts may have saved the child wherever that.
I mean, granted, anyone
went
who's been in
awry.
professional sports, pretty much, Like, I'd love to be able
Yeah.
to say that. I'd love to be able to say that people like Floyd and Bernard Hopkins, who have these insanely long careers, were clean. But I also have been around athletes my whole life.
Yeah.
And I can virtually
it
promise
remi-
you they're
yeah.
not.
It reminds me of the movie Highlander. There can be only one, by the way. The line from the famous line from the Kurgan. It's better to fade out it's better to burn out than to fade away.
Well, Def Leppard made that popular, of course. What's the name of that song again?
Yeah. Sadly, I was never a full fan.
Well, I mean, neither was the drummer. He is missing an arm. So.
Oh yes, very true. He got around that.
He did. I've pointed that out to people, and they just don't believe me until I put on a music video of them, and he's playing the drums with one arm.
Yeah, he's got modified foot pedals, and there's something else I can't remember.
You know what I'd love to do is I would love to spar Conor McGregor in jiu-jitsu. I'd love to do that.
Shit.
I wonder how good he is. Because you hear a lot. But
I would.
You just want to be bitch slapped, don't you?
I have rolled with UFC guys before, so it would not be a walk in the park for McGregor. He's a lot bigger than me, though. So
yes, but you didn't take my second meaning of that, because you do hold him in esteem. It's going to be a bitch slap in one way or the other.
Well, I mean, I hear that he's really actually a great guy.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and leave you to. I'll go ahead and leave you to fight him there, Sam. I'll stay out of it.
No striking. Like, I'm not gonna strike with him. I would never do that. I don't do striking. I know too much about head trauma. But
yeah,
I've sparred with UFC guys before, so I mean, I don't think it would go that badly, honestly.
I'm a good example of head trauma.
Yeah. Speaking of UFC, Sam, there's I guess a UFC fighter here in the city where I'm at, who is getting a bunch of people together locally. He could do with them. I guess him and a few of his people created a website called fightleague.com.
I've never heard of it.
It's supposed to, I guess, expose people to bottom levels of UFC and get them engaged with it and see what's going on. I guess I haven't read too much into it.
I mean, it's definitely you need to be in the right area with the right coaches, I think.
Yeah,
to really be a top level guy.
I'm too old for this shit, man. I'm getting ready to hit 40. I get my ass whooped.
Yeah, I can't really do that sort of stuff because I have a broken body.
I just don't want to get hit. I don't want to get hit in the face. Head trauma.
Oh, definitely not. Definitely not.
Yeah.
That nose is perfectly just unique enough to.
Well, because I know myself. I know that if I did anything with striking, I'd want to go full out.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that wouldn't end well, and I'd be retarded. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, a good lesson, actually, John, about what we were talking about, especially in the chat, as long as. Oh, yeah.
Sam left, I guess.
I hope I didn't offend. No, emotions dictating rather over informing.
Yeah. I wonder why Sam just left. Did he say anything in the chat?
No,
I don't think he said anything in the chat. I think there had been some sort of technical difficulty sort of situation or something.
Oh, maybe he'll come back. Same Paranor? Were you saying something a minute ago?
Yeah, I mean, it's an example of what we were talking about earlier with emotions dictating over informing, right? Like Sam was saying, if he did contact, he'd want to go all out, and it wouldn't be good for him. He said it'd be stupid, because he would be dictated by his emotions, which would affect his skill. So he wouldn't be able to be informed and be able to fight on equal scale. Yeah.
Yeah. I actually wanted to see the fight happen between Mayweather and McGregor. And I already know for a fact that if they were to ever fought, they were going to place limits on McGregor right away just to boxing. I think personally that McGregor should bring everything that he has as an arsenal to the table, and so should Mayweather, to see who the better warrior is. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. I love to see skilled fighters. I don't approve of fighting, it's a sport, and there's great skill and honing of the body and the mind to be able to perform at your maximum capability. And it's always that Zen point that allows them to move into the moment and just as sayings go, bend like a reed in the wind. Thank you, Disney. And even with Kenny Rogers, know when to hold them, know when to fold them. It's body and mind in unison.
So
I
admire
his skills.
Yep. So what you been up to for Ben Tinker?
I've been trying to step away from the computer lately, and just back now. And I'm just a little bit ticked off at a couple people that I know of. Then all of a sudden, when I take this new position, they stop talking to me, and I hate when that happens.
Well, just don't worry about it, man. You do you.
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to do. It's just rather difficult.
Yeah.
Always a struggle. That's what life is about.
And if people are not willing to sit there and listen to what you have to say, then they could, find someone else that they like.
Yeah, it's true. I'm just more surprised that that some of the MGTOW tend to act that way the moment when someone just doesn't support anymore.
Yeah. Well, this has happened on me on multiple occasions when I disagree on a certain topic or whatever the case might be. You know, I lose friendships, you know, and Paranor can, you know, knows all about that with me as far as my situations are concerned. It could be a simple disagreement I have with somebody, and then all of a sudden a friendship is terminated and all of this bullshit starts. You know, it is what it is, I guess.
Yeah.
I've actually unfollowed a few people, one of prominent nature, actually, just because the view is so, on this one specific thing, so opposite what they've shown themselves to be, that it's difficult to have any conversation, because everything they preach is now basically a veneer, because they're not applying their own thinking in general that they show to themselves on a single manner.
Yeah.
And it's problematic.
Exactly. And these types of people are not willing to have any kind of conversation, man. What I say is true, and that's all that there is. So like it or no.
Yeah. I even gave a as close to source narrative, both culturally, information-wise, and internet research could do, and showed them where this one thing was wrong, and they weren't having it.
Yeah, and that's sort of my situation, really. I disagree with this one guy who thinks that somehow feminism was cause for 9/11. Then all of a sudden, this guy just turns into this maniac, and he just simply refuses to talk to me. And that's sort of the level of MGTOWs that are probably pissed at me now.
Oh, don't worry about it. You get enough death threats. After a while, it doesn't really matter.
Is that what that guy said? Feminism caused 9/11?
It's more than that. It's also this other guy who was kind of obsessed by he sort of claimed that somehow we need to get artificial wombs to be a thing, and when I told him that's not likely to happen, then he goes on a little mini rampage about how somehow I'm defending patriarchy when I'm not.
Artificial wombs, oh my god, what the most extreme way of running away from responsibility.
Yeah, and
honestly,
again,
right?
That's sort of the level of MGTOWs I'm dealing with, and after I made the video on why I became an anti-MGTOW for those reasons, those two people got really pissed at me.
Yep, herd mentality kicks in at that point.
Yeah,
and the hamster wheel starts rolling.
Yep, I know a few people like that. If you're not part of their tribalistic mentality, then you're fucked.
Yeah. I'm not a part of anybody's mentality except my own. I piss everybody off equally. I'm an asshole, and I'll admit it, but do you deserve me being an asshole or not? Take a look at that.
Paranor, you're an equal opportunity pisser offer.
Exactly, but the thing is, I only put out what I receive, because I'm tired of this shit. I'm old enough. I'm 49. I'm not as ancient as Paul, but you know, you don't have to be, because age is just a fucking number. It's all about that organ in your skull, right?
I thought it was the organ in the pants. Never mind. Okay, go on.
Oh, that's second. Come on, you can't get the top one going without the second. No, you're not even here without the second being tied into the first.
Ever hear the line? Yeah, ever hear the line from Woody Allen? Oh, they're messing with the brain. I'm paraphrasing. Oh, they're going to mess with the brain. Oh, my second favorite organ.
Exactly. And that's the problem. We are people even before gender. We have to acknowledge the person before anything. That's how you eliminate divisions, not artificial fucking wounds. And how do you get there? And this is why I referenced the Doctor Who war speech earlier that I gave you the link for, is everybody eventually, after everybody's been killed, has to come sit down and talk. What the fuck, people? Why kill millions just to force everybody else to force you little whiny children to sit down and talk about things and figure it out?
You know, by and large, all people, you know, this is a generalization.
The royal we
want the same basic things, you know, a home, family, job, security, blah, blah, blah. You go down a certain list. And when people treat other groups of people as if that is not the norm, you know, belittle people, that's when we have problems. You know, we don't treat people as, you know, oh, they want the same basic things. You always got those people who, you know, they bang their head against the wall all day and, you know, can't understand what don't work. But by and large, people want the same basic things, you know? And when you don't have those things, also, the more you have, the more you will sometimes fight.
Yeah.
You have a lot to lose.
But it's also how you perceive the value, right? Because value is as arbitrary as anything. What do you value? Do you value the same thing that basically everybody else demands in their life? Because you may as well say it's a demand, because they're basic aspects of human survivability. What it is to be human: companionship, food, an abode, something to do, a job, you know. And mental work can be a job. Theoretical physicists, come on. Writers, right? YouTube hosts. But, you know, it doesn't matter. There is an expenditure of work. So, I mean, as long as everybody has these basic things and doesn't have to have them as a basic struggle in every fucking day of their life, you know, where do these frustrations and disbelief in authorities come from? Well, there's your answer. Because people are not even being treated as human. And the blacks know that better than anybody currently. I say the blacks, I know that's bad vernacular. Don't get triggered. Sorry.
No. I remember an ex-friend of mine, you know, one time says, I don't understand why blacks are such and such, you know, blah, blah, blah. I said, you know what? That black guy could be 200 yards away from you. And you can see he's black and you already have judged him.
Yep. Cultural bias.
And not only that, he says, I don't know, I do things and they always give me this, you know, look
excuse.
Of whatever. No, they always give him a look. And I says, because you have a look on your face already. You don't look them. When I go up to I look them in the eye. I let them know we are on a 1-to-1 here. I joke with them. You know, I go up to a cash register, whoever's sitting there, and I can see their tie. I'll go, oh man, been a rough day, you know, customer, whatever. Bring up something. Have a conversation with that person. You know, show that you are treating him as a human being, as somebody else that has things going on, not as just an object that's taking your money and going out the goddamn store, you know?
And the only way to do that is engage them as a person, not a black man or a woman or a man or a child or whatever.
This is a thing I used to like to bring up. We were in a store, and this black guy, he had to be like 6'5", 6, big, burly guy. We're at a supermarket, and he's leaning on his cart, you know, pushing the cart around, and his wife's shopping. And my friend goes, oh, I can see his reaction because he sees this big black guy. I go, what's your problem? I walked up to the man. I said, what's wrong? The wife drag you out shopping today? You know? And then we started having a conversation. You know, I threw an icebreaker out there and blah, blah, blah. And I walked back and I back with my friend. I said, there, you treat somebody human and as somebody else, you don't have a problem.
Mhm.
If they have a problem, it's them. It's on them.
Yeah.
And what was the icebreaker? An honest assessment of what they were telling you by what they were showing instead of a judgment call on them.
Right. Because he's there leaning on a thing. So right away, you know, he doesn't want to be there.
Yep. Situational awareness. People don't look beyond their nose.
Yeah. So you have any plans in coming up for future videos for Ben Thinker?
A couple. I have some more content I got bash against tribes, and I may even go after Angry MGTOW because he's made a big fool of himself on a couple of occasions.
Yeah.
Hasn't Steve kind of backed off on the women stuff?
I don't know. I don't watch his stuff. I'm not sure.
Well, I have him on Facebook. I watch his stuff and he does, you know, he does the evaluations of books, you know,
Yeah.
his books. So I watch that. But it seems like to me, I mean, I'm not looking at all his other videos that he's kind of backed off on that.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
yeah. I don't know. I once he started talking all of this stuff, man, I just couldn't stomach his content anymore, man. I had to unsub. I couldn't do it anymore. I just could not do it.
Okay, yeah, I just, you know, I understand.
Yeah, and
I made a comment on one thing, you know.
oh, speaking of tribes, did you hear the news? It got trolled so hard.
What did he get trolled, or how did he get trolled?
Some guy was actually posing as this lady YouTuber, and she, or whoever tricked tribes to say chicks and dicks.
Dicks.
It's on camera too, and it's only a matter of time before he puts it on private because the guy that was posing as this fake person is actually bearing.
Oh fuck! I didn't know that. Well,
I should give you a link, but it's just really funny that that you can get tribes to just to say whatever you want.
No, this is an announcement video for any possible.
anything. Don't play anything on my. I don't want any copyright stuff.
I'm not playing. I'm not playing
No, I
anything.
heard
I'm just.
You're recording in the background. I don't like that stuff.
What?
I
Oh,
think I was called by accident.
Yeah, I don't like that stuff on my channel. I don't want my channel getting fucking a strike or anything.
Can you hear anything now in my background?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Your background, no.
Oh,
Yeah,
never
my
mind.
channel is my baby, man. I gotta protect it.
Ah, all right. I thought it was me for a sec, so I had to shut the door.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can definitely give you a link and you'll watch it later. It's hilarious.
Yeah, just send it to me on Facebook or something.
Sure thing.
So what have
But,
you been
yeah,
up to,
other
Paranor?
than-
I haven't. Go ahead, Paranor.
Yes, sorry.
Oh, what have you been up to lately? It's been a while since I've talked to you.
Oh, same old, really. I hate to say it. Yeah, making friends and all over the world. But no,
Yeah.
I'm around.
Yeah. And Paul, what have you been up to lately?
No good. Posting stuff on Google Plus of pictures I've done.
Oh, okay. Oh shit. No, I've just been making videos. I'll tell you what, guys. I was talking about this when I first started the show today. Some people didn't like some of my videos that I made the past couple of days, especially the one about the Quebec shooting feathers, because I lost about 15 subscribers after that video.
Whatever. Okay, I'm gonna see her again.
Yeah, some subs are like that. I lost 2 when I uploaded my last video.
Let me see what you're showing there, Paul.
Yeah, Shelly Single. You know, she does the.
Oh, okay. I know who that is.
Yeah, the first time I'd seen her when I was visiting my late friend down there in Texas, Houston area, which funny, they had the largest, group in the country, and it's in Houston. And then when I was down Florida, she came down there. She remembered me, and then she was here like a year ago, I guess, and in Denver. And I said, I'm not following you, believe me.
No, John, I purposely actually avoided that one of yours, just mainly because I'm Canadian,
Yeah.
right? So
No, but it was just like, the whole point of the thing, because people, were going into the comment section of that video and basically trying to accuse me of, equating Islam with fucking Christianity as far as brutality is concerned. And I said, no, I'm not trying to fucking do that. I'm trying to point out the hypocrisy of the right, because when someone from Christianity does something like that, they say, oh, we shouldn't publicize this. We shouldn't be doing this. But every time someone in Islam does it, they fucking practically go out of their way to shout at the fucking mountaintops and shit.
Yeah, never a Christian terrorist.
Yeah, they don't state the person's a Christian terrorist. Yes.
No. A mirror does not like its reflection.
Yeah.
Because technically, you can honestly say that Islam is a reflection of Christianity's days gone past. However, you can't accuse them currently of being similar to Islam, but the mentality, all the division lines and everything overlay, they match.
But look how much they're killing each other on their own country.
Well, see, and the numbers, when I made that video, the numbers weren't even an issue for me. What I was trying to do is point out the hypocrisy of the right,
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And
but it's a mirror.
Yeah, people can't fucking get that. They see what they want to see regardless. So I'm like, fuck it.
The club I used to belong to for amateur radio, the guy who used to do the newsletter for the thing, I got into a big argument. Matter of fact, he quit out because of me, but that's no big deal. We had other people take the slack. But the main thing, he says, oh, just write it down. People will know what you mean by writing it down. I said, you've got to be kidding me. I'm not in, we call Morse code CW, continuous wave, okay? And I am not into that. I mean, people like to do 30, 40, 50, 60 words a minute. I mean, unbelievable, the speed that they can, whatever. I said, I'm into voice. The reason I like voice is because when I hear them, right away it tells me a lot about them because I don't have a picture. I know one time I talked to a guy in Germany and I hear this British accent, and you just don't think about it. Oh, I learned English in Britain. Well, of course he has a British accent, and other things like that. You pick up clues of them. Where CW, you don't know nothing of them, nothing at all. So I wrote an article expressing that. You don't know how many people came back and, oh, I see you like CW. I said nothing about liking it. I'm saying why I like voice better. I understand that you can get a lot less power or a lot more distance using CW than you can with voice, just because it's of the mode. But I'm showing my preference, and still people misread it. I said, you got to be king. You can state exactly what you mean. Look how many times we misunderstand each other here, and we're talking words. I mean, I gotta take a piss.
In English, which is a terrible language of communication. Just saying.
So Forbidden Thinker, I understand that you got a lot of views on a video or something.
It's not so much of a video. It's actually an article on Minds.com. Like right after I made the video, I decided to make an article about my decision of being anti-MGTOW, and my gosh, I'm getting a lot more attention now.
Mm.
Minds.com? What is it? How are you able to blogs or articles there or what?
Oh yeah, you can actually. You can type up articles. You can do it in a blog fashion. You can even upload videos. It's a website. I think it was a website started by this guy, and Computing Forever is also a big partner into that, and a lot of people are hoping Mindstock.
Yeah. I didn't know Computing Forever was a part of that. I'm subscribed to him.
Oh yeah, and he was him and Computing Forever have been trying to make Minds.com this. It's almost like YouTube's replacement in a sense, and it's
okay.
And there's no censorship at all there. And I mainly use it to upload my backup videos just in case they get flagged. But every now and then I actually post articles and I write about stuff there. I'm just surprised that this is the first time I'm getting a lot of attention over this.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Well,
Cool.
you're going against the push narrative online, so you're always going to get a lot of flack.
That almost always happens.
Well, at least the good news is that you can't. At least good news is that on Minds.com you can't really flag people's content down as easily as YouTube.
Yes.
So if I said something that everybody disagreed with, it's a lot more harder for them to flag me off than on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta get going because I've been needing to have a chat with. I think his name is You'll Be Access. He's literally he's like the only other anti-MGTOW person on YouTube other than me.
Yeah.
But anyways, take care, everyone.
Right.
Peace.
Catch you later.
I'm against fanaticism.
But like I say, we bring baggage with words too. I know one time in service again, because I learned a lot of experiences of mixed people, and we had a new guy come to the barracks, and I'm there talking to him, saying about the area and that stuff. This is in South Dakota, which I hated to no end. Well, anyway, and he says, yeah, I got to go out and get me some cock later. And I go, what? Well, I looked it up. In some areas, probably very restricted, that meant pussy too. So there's a lot of times a word, because of your where you come from and stuff, can have different references. Even common day words can have a little bit of different baggage with it. So when somebody says something, sometimes you have to go through clarification of, what do you mean by that? Because when I use that word, this is what it means to me.
Especially when it appears that they're about to jump.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're not sure about what somebody means, ask them.
Yeah, I understand.
Yep.
You can, but unfortunately, like when you write something, nobody can ask anything, when it's printed page. But
Unless there's a comment section.
But like I said, the guy says to me, yeah, just write it down. People will know what you mean. And I said, that's bullshit. And he got all pissed off because he couldn't see it. I mean, how many times you wrote something down and somebody's misinterpreted what you said completely?
Yep.
A whole complete 180 from what you said.
Oh man, so I'm gonna try and figure out what I'm gonna do for the rest of the day, guys. I think I'm gonna make some videos.
editing is a time-consuming process.
Yeah, I decided to make my videos. Recently, I've been making videos showing my face.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
please. Oh,
Yeah, I alternate between. I don't want to use one thing too much. I'll use something else that's different a little bit.
Just use you.
you know,
Yeah.
by and large, it's what you have to say that's the most important thing, of course.
Exactly.
The presentation
Yep.
is what you need. Everything's fine and dandy. But if I
You
make
gotta make,
Yeah.
yeah.
if I make videos, this is probably going to be my layout.
Hmm.
Unless I somehow pack something else into it. But this is it. You just got to
Don't need flash. You just
have to
need
look
what's
at
comfortable with you.
Yeah, just gonna have to look at these women that kick ass. That's it, and then get over it.
The day you make the day you make a video is the day imaginary hell will freeze over, Paul.
Whatever.
All right, guys. Unfortunately, I've got to head out.
All
So
right.
is that time for me? Good to see you. Take care.
Yeah,
John.
thank you for coming by, man.
Hey, thank you for being here. See ya.
See you later.
Okay, so if you want to shut down, that's fine, because whatever. I got things not to do.
To do. Well, it doesn't seem like
I like the Grinch that what's his name did. Oh God, I can't think of his name right now. The comedian,
what comedian?
the one who did the Grinch. Yeah, Jim Carrey. But I like the one scene in the Grinch where he says, find a cure for for hunger. Tell nobody.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear it probably in about, well, see, because I don't see anybody else in the chat wanting to come in. We got viewers, but I don't see anybody else in the chat wanting to come in. So here in probably about 10 minutes, I'm going to shut it down because I'm going to be making some videos.
Yeah, like I said, I probably get enough here to vent.
Huh?
I probably vent enough here.
Vent. There's nothing wrong with venting.
Well, like I said, I come in and vent a little bit and whatever.
Yeah.
But I just get a kick that, people are getting on the people on the left because of whatever they have done. But I hate to say it, sometimes you do what you see on the other side do. And when you have a leader over there at his rallies and stuff and the way he talks, condones that. I mean, you want from people, people get frustrated too.
Yeah. Violence shouldn't be an answer, though. I mean, we need to people need to find a better way to communicate. I mean, that's in Berkeley's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not even going to check into that because I really don't care because I've seen enough of that crap already. But the thing is, when you sometimes you got to know those people. I'm not condoning it, but that's just the way it is. It's life. Some people need a bat on top of the head. Not to kill them, but did you ever hear the guy?
What person are you referring to that needs a bat on the head?
You never ran into somebody that there's no way. Not that you hit them on the head, but there's some people that you run into that no matter what you say, no matter how you say it, no matter how you present it, no matter how much you show that they're wrong, it just doesn't set in. There's an old joke. Farmer goes to his other buddy because he needs to use the guy's mule. And so the guy goes, he goes to the farmer and says, "Can I use your mule?" "Yeah. And also, here, take this 2x4. He goes, "What's that for?" "No, take the 2x4. He doesn't explain what it's for. Anyway, later on he goes back and he says, "How was the mule?" "Oh, he didn't do a goddamn thing, and no, he just did sit there and blah blah blah." And the guy grabs a 2x4, wham, alongside the donkey's head, and goes, "First, you got to get its attention." And unfortunately, sometimes that's how people feel. Regardless if people say, "Well, I never," well, sometimes,
Yeah,
that's
but
how it is. I'm sorry. I mean, it's reality.
yeah, but that's not. Yeah, it might be reality, but that's not the way to handle shit.
I
Let someone talk. And my whole problem with that whole situation, Paul.
like I said, I didn't get into that.
No, but my whole problem with the whole situation is they didn't even let Milo talk, man. God damn.
Well, like I said, I don't know what he is, but how many times have they done that to other people to come to? See, that's the whole thing. A precedent has been set where people come to universities, or they won't go to universities anymore because they're restricted too much. Was it Bill Maher? He won't go anymore.
I'm not sure. I heard that. Yeah, I heard that Bill Maher wasn't going to universities to speak anymore
because he wasn't allowed to say what he had to say. And the problem is people don't understand. Really, universities is where shit's supposed to hit the fan.
Yeah,
that's where you go supposedly to learn new things and broaden your horizon. And again, just because you listen to somebody, understand his point of view, does not mean you accept his point of view. But it can give you a point of view of how to attack his point of view. So like I said, I didn't get into it because I haven't watched the news, because right now I've had enough. I see enough bullshit already on the YouTube feeds I have. And also on Facebook when I go to other Facebook.
My YouTube feed is covered with thumbnails of Donald Trump.
Yeah, I don't have too many of them, luckily. I've been watching a lot more stuff about movies because I need a real reality to go to.
Yeah.
No, yes, you should let somebody speak. They should have a platform to speak. But right now, a lot of people are frustrated as hell, because they feel that election really, did not represent what they wanted. And even those people who did vote for him are now finding out that, no, he's not the guy you thought he was. I don't know what he had to do in front of them when he talked to show that he was not the person.
Yeah.
Like I said, I said after the election, there was a lot of noses on the floor. People cutting off their nose to spike their face because they didn't want to vote for Hillary. And it's like, yeah, she has her problems, but at least I think if I talked to Hillary, I would have somebody listening. And look at the guy. People got mad because I have one. I haven't. Like I say, on Facebook, I might go to somebody else's that they say something. I might say something. On my own, no politics. I just deleted somebody who put something religious on mine. He cut and paste or he linked, and I killed it because I don't do that there. I want one place where I don't have that shit. Yeah. Well, anyway, but they. Oh, what the hell was it? But they're talking about. Oh, it was about because they're saying that all these lefties, they're upset about. I think that last action that Trump had, where a woman was killed and a vet was killed, or a girl was killed. The last little action.
Oh, yeah, it was an 8-year-old girl that got killed in that raid.
Yeah, and he's defending, or he's going, well, look at, why are these lefties so upset, or whatever the case is, why aren't they letting something happen, or whatever. But the thing is, Trump didn't go to the meeting afterwards. He didn't go to find out what happened. That's the problem. We have somebody in office now, things happen, And he's not going in there and finding out what went wrong. It's because he can't do anything wrong.
Mhm.
It's a loser to admit that, oops, something went wrong. Okay, what did we do wrong? What happened? What's not necessarily he's going to do it, but at least he can find out what happened. So when something else comes up, he said, did we check into that? What's going, because no matter what you're going to do, you're going to have collateral damage almost every damn time. It's almost virtually impossible that you're going to catch these people, whether not around other people. And the reason around other people is so there'll be collateral damage.
Yeah.
I always get a kick, you have all these leaders and not one of them puts their life out on the limb. The only one I ever heard say that, of course it's a whole thing, but it was Pat. He said him and Rommel ought to go out there in the desert and we'll have a one-on-one. Him and me, and that'll determine the war, or that'll determine this specific, the battle. Most of them, they're sitting behind protection, going, no, over there, do that. I mean, that's on the other side too. You never see one of the leaders of ISIS and stuff put his damn life on the line. Once he gets himself established and in power, he's out of a picture when it comes to that crap. They all do it. They don't put their life on the line once they establish themselves. And I was surprised, and I would point this out. Why isn't this guy so, macho about it? How come he out there fighting with you?
Yeah.
Why isn't he out there too with you? You're putting your life on the line for what he has to say. Why isn't he there?
There's nobody. We got an audience. Nobody wants to come in to chat. If anybody wants to come in, let me know, because I'm getting ready to shut it down here in a little bit.
I'm gonna kill too much.
In the chat if you want to come in. Somebody wants to have a conversation with me, because here in a little bit I'm getting ready to shut it down so I can make some videos. Oh shit, man! It's been a slow Saturday morning. I'm gonna get ready to make some videos and make me something to eat.
That's okay. I'm just looking for what the next movie is coming to the theaters, and then go watch that.
Yeah.
Escape a little
Bobby, what's going on, Bobby? You want to come in? Let me know. The preaching atheist in the chat.
That's what I thought you were talking about. Yeah.
Let me know if you want to come in, Bobby. All right. Let me get you the link. Yeah.
It's not that hard.
I know it's not that hard. I've been doing it for 4 years.
Call it cut and paste.
No, really? I thought it was cut and fire.
That sounds good. Oh man, my eyes.
There you go, Bobby. It's in the chat. You should see it there in the chat, Bobby.
I don't see anything in the sideboard here. Unless it's on the other thing. Okay, so you're on.
I'm on the public chat.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he should be getting it here in a sec.
Yeah, when I first came on the thing, and you're saying, what do you mean by that, Paul? What do you mean? It's so frustrating because I hate doing posting on the side because you have to write a book.
Well, yeah, I want to have shows like that once in a while, kind of like Pit Monk does, where he just talks to his audience. I like the engagement like that too sometimes. So what's
Come
up,
on.
Bobby?
Yeah, unmute yourself and talk to us. Preach to us.
Preach to us. I think you're muted, Bobby.
He's muted.
How about now?
There you go.
Oh,
Yeah, we
said I was
we
unmuted.
can hear you now.
So anyway, no, I'm getting ready to go downstairs and make a video for them. Am I muted?
No.
No.
Oh, okay.
Now, what are you getting ready to do?
Back. Turn down your volume whenever you're listening to.
There we go.
What are you getting ready to do, Bobby?
Turn down your volume whenever you're listening to.
Okay. Yes, no.
Go.
Mute your player. Yeah, because I'm getting a little feedback.
So you say you're going to make videos. Let's talk. We can hear you.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here, so let me.
Well, have you know how you could view the Hangout publicly? Mute that player so I can hear you here. Because I'm hearing two of you at this point.
You know how you can view the Hangout publicly? Mute.
Yeah, usually I just turn down my speakers and I usually get rid of that problem.
Because I'm hearing two of you at this point. You know how you can view the Hangout publicly?
Or wear headsets.
Usually I just.
There, we better? Is that better?
And I usually get rid of that problem.
Yeah.
Us in the background, but Bobby.
Because I've got my speakers. Yeah, I'm wearing a headset with a microphone.
That's funny.
What video are you going to be making?
Do you have the wait? Do you still have the other window still open before you came here?
First of all, are you hearing me okay now or no?
Oh, I hear you fine.
Okay.
Yeah, we hear you fine. It's just
all the windows still open?
No. The window where you came from, is that still open? Where you were watching the video.
Okay, yeah, I shut that down. Shut it off. Better?
That's
okay. Yeah, you're perfect there.
Okay. Well, I'm still an idiot when it comes to this stuff, but hey. Anyway, no, I just happened to catch it. Tried to see if you did anything new this morning before I went downstairs, and I'm about to make a video for them to have it uploaded for Sunday tomorrow. So.
Okay.
Yeah, and so it's taken me a while. I usually, like, by tomorrow afternoon I'll start preparing for next week's video, and I got all the way till about 4:30 last night or yesterday afternoon when I changed my mind. So I've been frantically racing around here since about 5 o'clock this morning, getting everything prepared to go downstairs and to do it. So, but anyway,
do you have your own separate studio?
Well, I converted a bedroom. Now that my kids are grown and moved out, down in my basement we have a fairly finished basement, and so I've got a bedroom, and I made light stands. I've got lights and tables and stuff, and this I've been wanting to do this each week. So tomorrow I have to get on Amazon and order my green screens, and so because I'm going to start trying to take my video quality to the next level, as they say, and offer more entertainment as well as information, that type of thing.
Do you have a specific video editing software that you're going to use?
Yeah, I just broke down and invested in Sony Vegas Pro Edit. I guess they call it it's version 14.
Oh, and you lucky dog, you. I've been wanting Sony Vegas Pro for the longest time.
Well, I have too. I just really never really had the money. And finally I found it on Amazon for $300, as opposed to, if you go to Sony Vegas Pro, their website, it's $400. And and my wife, she was pretty encouraging. She said, you really need to do it. You've been wanting to do that for the last several years. And so there's a slight learning curve. I've just learned the basics of it, but there's a lot of things I'll be doing with it that I'm going to have a lot of fun, and I'm hoping people who see the videos will have fun as well. So.
Yeah, I took a brief look at Sony Vegas Pro for the first time, and it does have a little bit of a learning curve to it. Yep.
Yeah, well, I'm jumping from Microsoft Movie Maker right up into Sony Vegas Pro, and I tried some of the other free stuff that is out there. What is it, Hit Film 4, which actually I think they take Sony Vegas, I guess, and I don't know. It looks fairly familiar, but it didn't work on. It didn't work on my computer. There was a couple others I've tried that didn't work on the computer, and I just finally, after all, I did a lot of research, So,
well, see, I tried Hit Films 4 as well on my computer, but for some reason, like in your situation, it didn't work on my computer either.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the deal was. I mean, you get a lot of. I call it. I'm from the. I used to do hearing aids for about 15, 16 years, and we used to call it motorboating, where it was really choppy, and the playback was always choppy. I could not, so I just finally said, forget it. I tried it twice even, and finally broke down and bought the Sony Vegas.
That's cool.
So yeah, it's been fun. I mean, I haven't, like I said, I've got the basics of it down, but there's so many features to this software.
Oh man, and it's that, it was actually a pretty damn good software to get your videos going, man.
I think one time, oh my goodness, I can't remember his name, but he has the Atheism TV channel. Guy out of Canada, but he used Sony Vegas 12, I guess it was. This has been several years ago, and he kind of introduced me to it, and so I ended up coming back and saying, yeah, this is what we're going to do. So it's fun. It's fun.
That's cool.
So anyway, hey, I got a question. I'll get your opinion. And, I just can't remember your name. You've got the ball cap on.
Paul. It's a rough.
Paul,
His name is Paul.
Okay. I didn't want to.
I wrote a lot of books are in the Bible. Remember that.
Well, it's funny you would say that because that's what tomorrow's video's on. But I have heard the magic number, and I've been, like I said, I stepped away from video making for about a year because I fell ill and some other things. So, but it seems like the magic number is 10 minutes for a video that is going to get viewers are going to get through. And I wanted to know y'all's opinion on that, because I personally, what I want to say tomorrow, I have tried to cut every corner that I can, and I just don't think I can bring it down under 16 or 17 minutes.
Well, okay, real quick, when they do the TED Talks, they're 18. Okay.
Well,
I was talking about this earlier, Bobby, earlier on in the show when I first started it. I think lately, in order for the way YouTube has it now, I guess, when it comes to one of their new algorithms or whatever, the longer the videos are, like say about 10 minutes long, they get more views. 10 to 11 minutes long, you get more views, and if your video channel is monetized, you get more money, etc., etc. I don't know.
Well, I know I can never remember his name. I know his first name. He goes by Boogie something, some numbers, and he had done a video a while back saying the magic 10, and I've heard that from other YouTubers over the last several years, and and so that's what my goal is. But to get a point across, particularly when you're dealing with the type of subjects that I deal with, it just seems almost nearly impossible. And I don't want to break it up into 2 or 3 or 4 separate videos, which I'm just not sure if people will keep coming back to watch a continuation of a topic, so.
Like I said, the TED Talks are like 18 minutes.
Yeah, no, I watch a lot of TED Talks, but they're a lot more interesting than I am. I think.
Because what happened is, I know James Randi, when I was in South Florida, he had a TED Talk, and we had monthly meetings. This was open to the public, and I used to go anyway. He had, he said, "Here, I want to do a TED Talk, blah 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 blah," and the show, and we can make little commentaries on it, but it's mainly seeing if he can make them 18 minutes and stuff. And then he was talking about homeopathic medicine. Homeopathic medicine, the more they dilute it, the stronger it is. So under my breath, I was sitting next to him. I go, "Yeah, one guy died because he forgot to take it. You can't get stronger and not take. That's the most diluted you can have." And next thing I know, he's writing down notes. He used that in his talk.
Oh, that's funny. That's good. So, but anyway, I was just interested in that. Just want to see what y'all's viewpoint was.
Yeah, they say generally that when it comes to the length of a video, I guess that's a lot of people like Boogie 2998 or whatever says is I guess anywhere from maybe 10 to 11, maybe to 12 minutes long or something along those lines. Maybe to what you were talking about. How long you see your video was going to be? About 17 minutes.
And that's pushing it. Yeah.
Yeah, probably about that long. Yeah, I would say go for it, man. It's the longer the video, that'd probably be a decent time.
Yeah. Well, old habits die hard. I mean, I preached, and taught the Bible and preached it for so many years, and of course we used to have a saying. A lot of the preachers did that. Blessed is he who is short-winded, because he'll ask to be preached again. So you can only capture your audience for so long, and at the same time, I want to get my viewpoint across. So when you're dealing with the Bible, like tomorrow, I'm going to be actually comparing Trump's narcissism with what seems to be apparent in the Apostle Paul, that he also was a narcissist, and to go, to use the scriptures to validate my point and things of this nature. I'm thinking, I don't see how I can keep it at 10 or below. So,
if you can't, you can't. You just make it. You crop as much as you need to. That's all.
Yeah. That's what I say.
Or you can talk like Aaron Ra, and boy, he can get the words out.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's also got over 100,000 subscribers, so I guess when you get to a certain point, when people will watch it regardless, because his content is usually pretty choice. I mean, I really like his stuff.
Yeah, but he gets a lot of words in there real fast. Yeah, and he stole one of mine too. First time I seen him was, we used to have, or I still do. They have Darren Day, which he was invited to, and they have Carl Sagan Day too down there at a community college. And we're sitting at a table, him, my late wife, and we're talking. And I said to him, "Yeah, science doesn't know everything, but religion doesn't know anything." And he's used that a few times. And I just seen him a couple months ago, and I said, "I'm the one that said it," but he didn't say nothing. He forgot the incident.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I do plan on getting Vegas Pro one of these days, Bobby.
Well, I mean, it's not getting any cheaper, but Amazon they had a few left, and it was $299, but on the actual Vegas Pro site, it's $399. So
yeah,
it's $100 less.
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna go to. Where'd you say you got it? Amazon?
Got it on Amazon. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Why when I want to buy stuff, I either go to Amazon or I go to eBay.
eBay. I don't know about eBay, but I know with Amazon, when I used to repair computers, a lot of my replacement parts and other things I went to Amazon with. Never had any trouble with them. I think their customer service is really good, and so I just really trust them. eBay, I think eBay is okay now if you're a buyer. if you're a seller, which that used to be, it's really hard now. The restrictions are,
Yeah.
they can pretty much choke the life out of you at this point. So
You got a point there. You got a point there. I mean, there's a couple of things that I specifically want when it comes, because I'm in the process of rebuilding everything that I got, so that way I can make those and whatnot, you know. And I'm definitely here soon. I'm gonna be surfing Amazon a lot. I'm gonna be surfing eBay a lot and see if I can find the best deals, you know, as soon as I can, you know.
well, I mean, like I said, I rarely go outside of Amazon for things.
Yeah.
And if I can't find it there, we have Micro Center here in St. Louis, so I'll head down there and see, you know, or get online and make sure they have it and go get stuff from them. But that's about all my shopping before I go.
Yeah.
I just got a request for my Facebook, and I'm looking at the person's stuff that he posted. No, I'm not going to accept him as a friend.
You get a lot of characters on Facebook, man. I've been getting a lot of friend requests from people that teams.
Well, this one right now, I had to check this. It says California is $127, $1 billion in the red. Oh, really?
So Bobby, what kind of things you going to use your green screen for?
Well, before I stepped away from YouTube this past year, I'm getting some feedback. I don't know if it's me or where it's coming from.
Coming from you.
Echoing. Let me turn this down, maybe. I don't know. I don't have my. I'm trying to figure out how to.
Again?
Well, I'm trying to figure out.
Okay, you're perfect.
Okay, that's better. That's better.
No.
Anyway, with the green screen, I have some characters that I have been working on the last couple of years. One character is based off of Christopher Hitchens, but it's a female version of him. There's a few other characters, and so I'm looking for different backgrounds. You know, just as I start introducing, you know, things such as that, and skits and so forth. So plus that old paneling I've got downstairs has been in the house probably since it was built in the 60s, and I think we need to upgrade. You know, it just looks way too old, you know, type of thing. So I'm looking at building a nice desk with acrylic top and things of that nature, just kind of get more modernized.
That's what I'm gonna do. See, what I'm doing, my plans for me is when I get my studio set up the way that I want it. I have an awesome desk that I found online for sale that's pretty nice. I mean, it's really nice. I'm going to use it, and then I'm going to get two big my monitor now, the one that I'm using currently, I believe is either 24-inch flat panel.
Okay.
Either a 24 or a 27. I think it's a 24. Anyway, I'm going to get two of them. I'm going to use two of them. So maybe, you know, one I can be editing a video, and on the other one I could be looking at Twitter or, you know, YouTube or whatever the case might be. My mind, and get maybe Twitter and maybe managing my YouTube channel, and then editing a video of 3 things at the same time, you know.
Yeah.
And that's and not only that, I'm going to be getting a better software and stuff like that in the future. So I definitely do have some plans.
Yeah, you got to have plans. And like I said, this software I've been wanting to get it at least in the last 3 years. I know, if not before that. And so it takes time, but it'll happen in time. You know, all things do. If they're, you know, I hate to say if they're meant to be, because I don't believe in that crap, but it'll happen. You want it bad enough, you'll go out and you get it. But
I must interject, because I was watching something earlier, and No, it was on Facebook. Somebody had posted something about her son is now going to go to whatever, or it's got some kind of grant. Praise God. And it's like, why you pray? I felt like, but I didn't say nothing, but why are you praising God? You did stuff, the kid did stuff to get this done, other people recognizing him. What does God have anything to do with it? Why can't you take credit for what you've done? What's wrong with saying I worked my ass off, or the kid worked his ass off to get in this position? Why can't you take credit for it? Why do you got to give it to God all the time? You fear hell that much that you have to kiss his ass continuously?
Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, well, there's always that continual affirmation for oneself. I mean, I know no matter what happened, that was good. I would always say, well, praise the Lord, praise God, thank you, Jesus. Without giving thought to, yeah, this kid's going to college, it's going to Stanford, but this one over here, God has deemed to keep him in poverty and into the inner city the rest of his life. I mean, so, what is the justice in that? Why are we not, why didn't God help this kid out? So, yeah, it's just a continuation of a personal affirmation of the foolishness that you're believing in.
Yeah,
Makes you feel good.
because I used to be on forum, and her name was Chatty Cathy, and she always had oh, I got out of drugs because I said, drugs and blah 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 blah. And I said, why can't you give yourself credit for doing what you did? What is so horrible about that? Couldn't get through to her because I always say, no, you did this, you did it, you did it. I don't care where you're venting, saying, oh, because of this. No, you still are the one who did it. Give yourself credit. You're loud.
Yeah.
So, well, I hate to sign off here. I saw that you guys were on. I wanted to say hi. Have a nice Saturday. I need to get downstairs because I probably am going to have at least an hour there, and then back up here in my computer room doing editing. And I want to, I try to start drinking at least by 8 o'clock, so I gotta race the clock.
Do you drink more or less in the evenings, Bobby?
Yeah, and only on Friday nights and Saturday nights because I try not to. Actually, when I came away from religion, with only less than a handful of times, I was drunk pretty much every night for about 5 years. Just making up on lost time, but now it's just on the weekends, So I was going through, oh my God, 4 and 5 bottles of rum a week. I mean, I was downing the stuff like it was water, and I was,
Oh my God.
and
Oh, you're God.
almost destroyed myself. So I have learned how to drink. It's just like last night. I decided to have some drinks while I was trying to get some graphics for the video. I came in this morning. I thought, oh my God, I am not drinking again when I'm trying to get graphics together for my video. So I ended up deleting about a half a dozen of them and then had to redo them. So they look good at the time.
Yeah. What I'm trying to do, see with the video, before you go, Bobby, before you go, the video editor that I'm using, kind of limited as far as its capabilities are concerned, and it sucks because I want to make my videos, I want to present my videos in a better way to people, but when I try and push my video editor, it starts fucking up my video and stuff, so I have to do just basic shit with it.
What are you using?
I use Wondershare.
I don't know if I've ever tried that or not, but
yeah, it's a cheap video editing software that you could get online for like, I got this one for $45.
Well, in the beginning, those are fine because you don't know where your channel is going to go, and you've had some good growth in the last year or so, and so it's now it's time to start thinking to upgrade. So
that's what I want to do. I want to present my videos a lot better. I want them to look a lot better than they do right now.
Well, they will. We got to give it time, and I've been dealing with. It was really weird. I started putting videos back up in October, this past October again, and every single video, after every single video that I have uploaded, I've lost subscribers. And And so it was freaking me out. I thought, wow, people all of a sudden hate me because that never happened. So after doing a lot of watching a lot of videos and complaints on YouTube, the only thing I can come up with is one, YouTube, I guess, is flushing out the, inactive subscribers.
Well, yeah, it could be partially, but I think it has a lot to do with a glitch in the system. Because I noticed that every time a big channel would upload a video to their channel, they'd automatically lose subscribers. For instance, PewDiePie, the biggest channel on YouTube, whenever he would upload a video, he'd probably lose about 600,000 subscribers.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I heard him complain about that. I saw his video.
Yeah.
So that was in fact, that was right at the time when I decided to buy the software. I thought, oh man, do I want to make these investments,
Yeah.
But I feel confident that, things are going to change.
It'll eventually work itself out, but right now there's a few bugs here and there. Like now, if someone comments, I guess there's a bug going around where if someone comments, in some ways it'll get classified as spam, so they'll get put in the file on my channel where hold comments for review, and sometimes I can't approve them.
Yeah, I've had that happen too.
Yeah, it's a pain in the ass. So anybody out there commenting on my future videos, if you don't see your comments under my videos, I'm not blocking you. I'm not deleting the comments. I just want to make that known. It's just there's a bug that's preventing me from approving your comments.
I got a whole 28 subscribers and I haven't made one yet.
Wow. So, well, anyway, gentlemen, good seeing you again. Are you going to be on any time this weekend yet still, or live? Or
well, yeah, I'm gonna probably have another show tomorrow, because right now I'm gonna be getting done with this hangout here in a second, and I'm gonna be going to make some videos as well.
Yeah. Well, tomorrow we got I guess the Super Bowl. I've never been a sports guy, so that doesn't mean anything to me. But I guess
but I can't mention that live because they'll sue. They already made the article about it yesterday.
Oh, no kidding! You can't.
Yep.
Okay, that is just wild.
They trademarked it, and we can't mention it, or otherwise we could get sued.
You can't mention the Super Bowl?
Mention it, Paul. That's the second time. I don't want my channel to get struck, man. I'm serious.
You can't mention those two words together?
Wow, that's I was totally unaware of that.
That is
Go find it. Go look it up. You'll see it.
Absolutely ridiculous. What kind of mentality is that? It's advertisement.
Yeah, well,
it's advertisement.
Huh.
You mention it, and then somebody, oh, that's right, it's on.
Yeah, we can't mention it, otherwise we'll get in trouble.
Okay.
That is the silliest thing.
Yeah, it really doesn't make sense. I agree. So, but you guys have a great day. I need to get down.
You do the same.
Yeah, you too. And I'll look for you tomorrow. If you know about what time you think you might be up.
Well, be available in the evening, Bobby?
Typically I am. Now, Sundays I normally, I'll be not too late. I get up at 4:30, so I'm in bed usually by 9:15, that type of thing. So,
what time zone are you in?
I'm in Central.
The same time zone I am in. Okay. Usually, like tomorrow night, I'll probably have a hangout about 7 o'clock my Central Standard Time.
Okay, that shouldn't be a problem.
Have it early enough for you to come in for a while if you want to.
Yeah, that'd be fine. That'd be fine. So
yeah.
All right, guys. Appreciate you letting me in, and I will talk to y'all later.
No problem.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye.
I can understand if you showed clips, but to mention the two words together.
Yeah, that's the rule they made.
Who's they?
No, the NFL. They trademarked it.
Yeah, but
You
you're
can't.
not
You
advertising.
can't even mention. I saw an article, couple articles about it yesterday, so I went and looked on YouTube for the videos, or some videos about it. Maybe I could find some videos, and there's some videos about it, and they've even, you know, how you watch certain TV shows where they cuss. There's that bleep sound. Well, you know, you can't mention the word. And you get a first, from what I understand, you'll get a letter, a cease and desist letter. And then if you keep doing it, you can get in trouble for it. You could get sued by their lawyers.
Or for saying something that you're not commercially making money on. Can you imagine
I don't know.
anybody
I don't know.
else
It doesn't
would
make
do
any
something
sense to me.
stupid? That's gonna hit the courts and that's gonna get thrown out. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Just because they want to do something doesn't mean it's legal.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to challenge them on that. That is absolutely, retarded. That's like, you got Nintendo games, and they don't want nobody to make a video of anybody showing them playing their game. Why wouldn't you want that free advertisement? It's just like,
Well, people are fucking complicated, man. What can I say?
like I say, aliens bring their children here to show them what not to do.
Yeah.
Watch
But I'll go ahead and
Watch
go
them
ahead and
stupid humans.
talk to you later, Paul.
All right.
If you're gonna be around tomorrow for the hangout, that'd be cool.
Yeah, most likely. Well, it's Sunday. I'll be watching the maybe.
We'll see you later, man.
That is
Buddy, thanks to everybody out there for coming to the show. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Paul, for coming.